watakuwa mstari ya mbele kusema tulikuwa na problem ya masomo ya watoto wetu. We didn't look for somebody to blame. We looked for solutions. We hired more teachers, we built more classrooms, we changed the funding model.
President Ruto has also accused his former deputy Rigathi Gachagua of allegedly forcing Mount Kenya residents to follow his political direction.
Ati wanatuambia wataamua nani atapata kura wapi, nani atachaguliwa wapi. Ati mpaka hata na mimi nikiwa rais wa Kenya wanasema ati mimi niende nipige magoti kwao, ati nimuoshe sufuria, nioshe bakuli, nioshe vikombe kwake, ati ndio nipate kura ya Mount Kenya. Surely, yani tumefika hapo. Yani na ati usipokubaliana na yeye, usipompigia magoti, basi wewe ni msaliti wa jamii. Really? Yani tumefika hapo. Hata wakoloni hawakutufikisha hapo. Hata slave traders hawakutufikisha hapo. Hiyo imepita kiwango.
He has also praised his deputy Kithure Kindiki, describing him as a hard-working and humble leader, saying that his performance has surpassed that of Gachagua. Kirinyaga Governor Anne Waiguru has dismissed Gachagua, especially following his claim that developed nations have a problem with Ruto.
Ni mtu wa kujitolea, ni mtu wa kujituma, ni mtu mwaminifu, na pia zaidi ni mtu mnyenyekevu. Hana madharau na hana kiburi. Na sisemi kuhusu mtu mwingine, nasema huyu Profesa Kithure Kindiki.
Kuna mkutano ambao unakuja in July, unaitwa mkutano wa G7. Huyo mkutano ni wa the 7 largest countries, superpowers in the world. The only president from sub-Saharan Africa who has been invited for that meeting is none other than William Samoei Ruto.
The Kenya Human Rights Commission has threatened to sue the UDA party and its officials for a report that by the Auditor General Nancy Gathungu. In a press release, the commission said it would take legal action against the UDA for what it says is mismanagement of public funds, breach of legal and constitutional provisions, and failure to meet tax obligations. The commission claims that the Auditor General found that the UDA paid over 128 million shillings in actual salaries but failed to deduct and remit a pay-as-you-earn tax, resulting in 69 million shillings in unpaid taxes in the 2023, 2024 and 2024-2025 financial years. The KHRC father stated that the UDA received the largest share from the political party's fund, including over 789 million shillings in the 2025-2026 financial year alone. It also alleged that the ruling party failed to pay other deductions such as taxes, the NSSF, the SHIF, warning that the move puts workers at risk of losing benefits after retirement. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Broadcasting worldwide, Spice FM, online, mobile, and on radio. Instagram at SpiceFMKE.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Every time he kept on saying he wants a vibrant opposition.
How does it make sense that public money has been used already and then they dare to sell it back to you? Why are they not giving them for free?
That's how broken we are. That's how broken we are.
They're being sent home now for fees. They're going to fail to prepare. We are compromising the futures of these children.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Parliament has got powers. Let me break it down. The National Assembly can initiate an impeachment of the president.
This same National Assembly.
Yes. That's our constitution.
This is just a continuation of the previous administration, which Ruto was part of. President Uhuru himself openly said that we're losing 2 billion daily. Daily. I mean, come on. Are you saying that we don't have a central bank?
If we look at Kenya, both public-private sector, that figure is ranging between 30 to 40%, right?
I think it's clear that the government of Kenya is living beyond its means.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Baba should disown these experts and they say they went there on the, because he keep on telling us that these experts just you came from Dubai and you found them there already at State House looking for jobs.
Government has to has to introduce austerity measures. It's something that this government and the previous ones have not been able to do in this country. We've talked about it so many times.
And really, I think you have seen the modus operandi of William Samoei Ruto since he came in. It's just showbiz.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
I am also a publicly elected official. Okay. My salary is paid by your taxes.
Yes.
So if you need me to answer questions, we will not run away from you.
Asante
we will always be here. The government itself is engaging in corrupt practices. That the government itself deliberately schemes to influence through bribery members of parliament.
You pay for a passport online. Alafu you're told there are no booklets.
I rebuke matters corruption because corruption has brought this country to its knees.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Hello and good morning. Am I hearing myself or like what's going on? Okay, yeah, I'm hearing myself. Dennis Aseto, good morning.
Niaje?
Poa sana.
Kofreshi?
Mimi niko poa.
Good to see you this Monday.
Things are falling apart.
It is Monday the 27th, eh?
It's Monday the 27th of April.
Yeah.
And wewe uko salama? And merudi kutoka Kisumu.
I was Kisumu?
Kisumu. Ukuona? Haukuona vile Kisumu ilikuwa?
Niambie.
Ilikuwa na watu wengi.
Tulifika. Tukazungumza na wananchi.
Yes.
Na tukasema tunataka tupigiwe kura kwa sababu mimi ndiyo presidential candidate.
Endeni mchukua kura bwana.
Endeni mchukua kura.
Yeah.
Kura ni moja.
It's necessary.
Yeah. Uko kadi? Osido is not kadi. Osido, are you kadi? Please text us and tell us.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
How do you know?
Last time we were here, we asked. He said, alienda kaangalia. The first time alikuwa kadi. The second time we went back, hakukuwa kadi. So he had to go confirm that indeed it was kadi. So I'm just following up.
This is your follow-up mechanism.
Yes.
Tumeelewa.
Osido, good morning. Kevin Osido.
I see you've called
County Governance Watch. Please, uko kadi.
County Governance Watch. Kwanza hapo kwa your title, we're not leaving that behind.
Executive Director. Let's just add that, yes. How are you?
Nico Salama.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. How was your weekend?
My weekend?
Yeah.
My weekend, we started Friday. We had that thing. I went to Joe Kamanya's thingy. From there, we went out with the girls. It was beautiful.
That's nice.
We went out with the girls. We spent quite a lot of time together. Sing, Nairobi, Gashie, Ruaka. Yes, we came back to the office almost 9 p.m. I think.
Allah.
Yeah, we came back here.
Outing like that.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
It was beautiful.
Why don't you now? You see, I told you that I was.
Now imagine.
Till a certain now. Ungetoa hizi. Wait. Let me Kiswahili the thing.
Yeah.
Mungetoa hii uzito kwa roho yangu.
Usijali. Tumepanga. Nyingine, we shall include you.
Tawa basi.
But it was beautiful.
That's
I mean, it's when you have good company. So Lydia, Evelyn, and JB, aka Joyline Barasa. Yes, it was beautiful.
It was. One would take that literally and otherwise. But we keep it moving regardless.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. I'm glad that started off your weekend for you.
Yeah.
And getting into spirits this morning. Hope you're doing okay, everybody. And EVE is you know how I keep saying, you know how. So you read the story of Pinocchio.
Yeah.
It's a children's story. But there was a character in the story who's Jiminy Cricket. Jiminy Cricket was Pinocchio's conscience. And so every time Pinocchio was off to do something crazy, Jiminy Cricket would essentially be on his shoulder saying, excuse me, this is not what you were supposed to do.
Because
yeah, he knew. And you know, you want to be a real boy at some point. So if he's my Jiminy Cricket. This is not a size ideology, even though he was tiny. I'm not comparing. It's the principle behind the thing that we're talking about here.
Yeah.
But it's a good thing. This is Jiminy Cricket that I'm talking about.
It's a good thing.
I've given her many names. So Jiminy is yet just another one. We are on the 27th of April, and this is the last Monday of the Situation Room in April.
The last week too?
This is the last week of the Situation Room in April, and we're coming to the end of the month. I just wanted to say, and say it out loud, just in case anybody was unsure, that we're getting into May in 4 days.
Yep.
May is a beckoning.
Yeah, so as we speak, I think civil servants have been paid, bankers have been paid, because they have to process salaries, you know, so they have to be paid early. Yeah, so then we are into the week where then the rest of the country as well, people will get paid. So yeah, good thing.
Okay. I'm reading this book by Lola Shonein. It's called The Secret Lives of Baba Shegi's Wives. And there's one quote that really got me.
Yeah.
And it may seem like it was just talking about cassava shoots, so do with it as you will. And I just thought to share that today. The truth was that the rains had punished the village of Borode by refusing to fall, and the sun had dealt mercilessly with the cassava shoots. Instead of standing high and cooling the soil with their broad green leaves, they stooped and coiled until they were toasted like brittles. The ground hardened and split from the heat, forcing anxious villagers to journey to the forest in search of water to moisten the soil. Even my father, with his bent back, followed the trail of water fetchers. He got on his knees and scooped sand until his fingers touched water. I was frustrated too. No water meant no weeds. Since the sun denied me my joy that year, I hid under the pile of mats at home, as far away from its wrath as possible. It was only when I heard the wind carrying voices home from the forest path that I abandoned my hiding place to help them ease calabashes off their heads. My father's wife sneered at my helplessness, and my mother hid her face behind her wrapper. That's just So many things happening in that one phrase alone. I mean, you'd have to read the rest of you'd have to read the before and the after to kind of understand it more. But I mean, just imagining how many things were happening at the same time. The rain refused to fall. There were things that you needed to do regardless. The sun was harsh, but that you had to live under it anyway. And that, you know, those would laugh at your misfortune, but you realize that even through that, you still had to keep going. My goodness, Lola Shonain was writing some interesting, heavy messages in this book. You should actually read. I mean, well, anyway, it goes on.
Yeah.
And even as I say that, you guys have been asking for her and asking for her and asking for her and asking her and asking us where she is. So, you know, it's like Father Christmas. Wajiru Kekonyo is here. Good morning, Wajiru.
Oh, wow. Father Christmas, I feel very, very welcomed.
How are you? Good morning.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all.
Good to see you.
Good to see you as well. Yes, it's always a very long haul to come at this time. And then I always feel it was the best decision I made for the week.
Oh, wow.
Happy to be here.
There you go.
Karibu.
Yes.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
We know you've been up to a lot.
Well, enough. Up to enough.
Up to enough.
Yes.
And all good things and no mischief, of course. That's the one we can definitely say, of course, about.
I do my best.
And with that, even as we welcome Wajiru Kekonyo, and you know that everybody's in the house this morning, let's tell you what we're talking about today. All right? And yes, in case you're wondering, our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. And our audience on KTN this morning, Karibu Sana, thank you for being here this morning. We'll say hello to you in a quick minute, but let me tell you what our conversations will wrap around this morning. At 7 o'clock, we're going to be talking about the state of the economy. Irung'u Nyakera is a former PS planning, and we're talking about raising the debt ceiling and the debt strategy and the IMF, that these three things are playing in one space together. So we'll talk with him and we'll really look into the details. What does it mean to have an economy that's sustainable? What does it mean when the IMF and the World Bank are asking you to do certain things? What does it mean when you say no? What does it mean when you stand on your own developmentally? We'll talk about the state of the economy with Irung'u at 7. And then at 7 o'clock, another Irung'u. But this Irung'u will be Houghton. He's the executive director of Amnesty International Kenya. He will be in the company of Faith Kisinga Gitonga, who is an advisor enabling environment for non-profit organizations. The PBO deadline, you're asking, what is that? Well, we'll get into it. What next for the National Civil Society? And that we've heard so many things, right? Civil society, evil society, paid for activism, paid for pushing certain agenda. But what does it actually mean when you have folks who are fighting to ensure that certain things actually happen on the national agenda? We'll talk about that at 8 o'clock. And then it's Monday. So Dear Mr. President has our ear, and we're going to be looking at government spending. It's still quite high up there, and it's a plea. Slow down on the expenditure so that you can have some money for, guess what? Children are going back to school tomorrow. Just one of those things. Or the big hole that there is in Shah at the moment, and you maybe want to do something about that. Okay, so that's the conversation that we'll have at 9 o'clock. This is what it looks like through the day, guys. So tag in with us. Let's talk about these things. This is how to be part. Everybody says, well, what can I do, my little? You need to be part of conversations that are moving things forward, and that's what we do right here. All right. Mr. Aseto, where are you taking us this week?
Equatorial Guinea.
Equatorial Guinea.
Yes, the only Spanish-speaking country in the continent. You know, they also speak French and Portuguese as well, right? And it has two capital cities. So the main capital is Malabo in Bioko Island, and they have a second one that is administrative capital that is under construction, and it is in Ciudad de La Paz. So that is under construction, which will then go into administration of the country. It's rich in oil, and that helps the country in terms of boosting its GDP in the 1990s. But let's go to the proverb. When the roots are deep, there is no reason to fear wind.
Yeah. Remember I told about Germany cricket? She said something like, she talked to you, didn't she?
How do you interpret it?
Well, I mean, just imagine. I was privileged once to be where there were several palm trees, and the wind that was blowing at that particular time was heavy. I mean, it was crazy, and we would see trees that would bend to have their leaves almost touching the ground. but they never got uprooted. So you can imagine in that season where life is going to beat you up, as you know, as it can even at the moment, or that situations will come that will toss and turn you. But if you're grounded, if you're rooted, depending on what your foundation is, the likelihood of it removing you from your source then is slim.
Yeah. Wanjiru, how would you interpret it?
Yes. You know, for me, I have to take a political slant.
Yeah.
Because Equatorial Guinea also has Africa's longest-serving leader, who's been in power since 1979. That's longer than all the Gen Zs who are on the streets
today.
Yes.
Yeah.
He seized control in a bloody military coup, and he leads the Democratic Party of Equatorial Guinea. So, no doubt, deep roots, that proverb cuts both ways.
Applies to him, yeah.
Right. So you can have deep roots in state and hold on to power. And I think Kenyans are working very hard to make sure that doesn't happen in Kenya. We want democratically accountable processes and not manufactured processes.
Well said.
Well said.
Yeah.
I don't doubt that Wanjiru would go in that direction. What do you think?
I look at it in terms of when you're well grounded, there is resilience that comes with it, that you might come through difficult times, but if you know exactly where you're from and you know what is pushing you there, everything will come and pass.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Jiminy Cricket. Again, he's literally in my ear. All right, let's say a quick good morning to you guys as we get into it today. Kiaria Peter's tuning from Mombasa today, and sometimes you have to keep your good news to yourself. Not everyone is genuinely happy for you. Peter, on what have you woken up this morning? Robert Abogo's tuning this morning and says, great week ahead, tuning from Mombasa. Humphrey Mushoga says, good morning, Spice family. Good morning to you. Good morning, Spice. Watching from Atiak in Uganda is Hisa Daniel. And good morning, Team Spice. Last week of April, where is 2026 running to? That's a good question. Before you know it, will be in the middle of the year. Punde si punde, it will be Aseto's birthday. Anyway, a lovely week all. This is Fiery Red. So soon we're going to be saying happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas on the same day. Mashari Njeri says, good morning, Team Spice. Watching from Portland in Oregon. Ruto has refused to be the adult in the room. He should know that Rigiji has nothing to lose. Okay. Well, you know what they say. If you do the roll around with a pig, you decide. Leo says, good morning. Hello to you, Nduana Aseto, Princess. Good morning. So Trump decided to assassinate himself again after failing miserably in Iran. Oh my goodness. Which African nation is Trump from? Mimi Ndio Sifuna went to Kisumu and no violence by goons. I know. It's like a surprise. Can you imagine if you would allow people to protest peacefully and you did not include goons and or police and you just stood and watched?
You didn't show up with your water cannons.
I mean.
And your batons.
It's phenomenal, the things that can happen.
I know.
Good morning.
So who's the actual goon though?
Who's the head goon in charge?
It's not Mwananchi. We know who is. Prefect of goons.
Wow. I don't know whether that's a position you want to aspire to, but okay. Bernard Nyaberry says, good morning, Spice. Tuning in, starting to sell oil by the end of the year. That's what it looks like. What a paradox. We're importing oil and you're telling us of starting to export from December. You're importing oil. This is the thing. If you're going to actually go with the Dangote deal, which he wants to look into see how you can set up a refinery here. I mean, the man has done it already. He's proven that he can. And if he's going to set it up here, it's very possible that you could start to export oil as Kenya by the end of the year.
True.
If you're going to follow along with what he's saying and what they can do together. That it took something like this for Africans to start to have a conversation with each other about how development can happen on the continent with each other. Maybe it's good. That had to happen.
It's good, yeah, it's good.
I think so.
Yes.
That it had to happen.
Yes.
That's
that
okay.
Trump's belligerence is bringing something good to bear.
Yeah.
Something that you've pushed for a very long time. Finally, you're being heard,
Even if this is how it's going to start, and it will be as an example as to, okay, we can actually sell amongst ourselves this commodity that the world is going crazy over. We can do it amongst ourselves.
Because we have it.
Yeah. Who knows what could happen next? Then it could be possible to fly from Nairobi to Dar es Salaam for just $100. You can probably do that in the very near future, because you then are able to see the benefits of working together.
True.
Then the Nigerian government, president can stop talking badly about Kenyans.
And then also the Kenyan government can stop talking badly about Nigerians.
Yeah.
Like, okay, now we've
Now
got
we
this.
can-
This is working. And it also applies to pharmaceuticals.
Yes.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
because the cost of medicine is based on that lack of cooperation, and this is the way we need to go. Otherwise, the African Trade Agreement is just another document on paper.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
But
anyway.
but it's the interests around this. It's really the interest around this, because what happens, it's the goons, the head goons and their assistants who then position themselves to ensure whatever deal is cut,
they are part of it.
They are part of that back end.
Yeah, because the G2G, like I said last week, was not G2G, it was
No,
G2Me.
G2Me.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
And what has happened is, because of this inbuilt costs, the cost of production then becomes too high. Then the cost of using the cost of energy, the cost of electricity is too high in Kenya.
Yep.
It then means everything we produce is
expensive.
Is expensive.
Yes.
We are then uncompetitive. We are not able to export.
Yeah.
And that's why our manufacturing sector is in decline. So that is the big question.
It is.
How to curb that.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
I'm
Has to
not
be dealt
sure
with.
it's getting discussed on the campaign trails.
No.
I am sure it's not.
Actually, why are we in campaign mode?
Yeah.
Why are we in campaign mode?
Yeah.
Constitutionally, there's a restriction on campaigning between outside of the elections period.
And they will tell you the president has to meet his people.
He has to?
Meet his people.
Right.
He
Yes.
is not campaigning.
Yes. And then we've got this body called the NCIC that actually doesn't do anything.
They don't have commissioners. They're looking for them. That's what they'll tell you.
They don't. Yeah. More excuses. Eh?
Yeah.
Right.
Over and over.
Right.
I mean, the Constitution also says that if you borrow, it should be for development.
Yeah.
But then you borrow, and then what did you develop? So, what are we talking about? Breaking of the law over and over and over again.
Right.
What's to stop people from campaigning before it's time?
Yeah.
Right.
If you can even kill people.
The law is a suggestion.
It's become ingrained. Eh?
Yep. It is, unfortunately.
Right.
All right. I know. Okay, this is how we've started.
I know.
But she's already shaking her head. It's not even 6:30.
I am like, Ndu, why did you bring me here? I'm looking for good news, please. We're going to get a refinery. That's good news.
Okay, let's stick on that. Refinery is coming by the end of the year. Catherine Yambura says, good morning. Mrs. Ndu Aseto. Ndu, do you think the government is serious about sorting out the teachers' medical care?
No.
Yikes, please don't go there, because we only have 4 hours on this show. Where are we going to go? How are we going to talk about it? Catherine, the answer is no.
No.
We don't even need to explain beyond that. Prince says, good morning to Spice family. Kisumu rally was a success na ground iko tayari. Kufanya nini? Roy Sambu locked in. Eric Awar says, good morning. Julius Opan says, good morning. Good people, it's a new week. Tuned in this morning. It was an eventful weekend. Linda Mwananchi landed in Kisumu with force. I hope the opposers will account to their master why it happened. I hope that all the people who were there to watch this wave will register to vote and vote.
True.
That's a big thing.
Yes, yeah. I pray that will be the result of that. Christina says, Cherargei said Sifuna is man enough waende Kisumu wakaenda. Sindio? Yeah, he went. Yes, it's true. Christina, good morning to you. Vena Harwenji says, good morning, tuning from Kuwait. Yesterday, followed up yesterday's Linda Mwananchi rally in Kisumu. And you're saying that one term is inevitable. We know, you're saying you know where the real power is. Oh, okay. Well, let's see. Blessed week ahead to you.
Alluding to the people?
The power is in the people, essentially. Yes.
If they register.
If they register and vote. Right. Otherwise, it's just another gathering.
And if they register and vote, and if the opposition can get its act together. Because this is it's similar to 1997 when the IPPG reforms had been enacted and of course multi-party democracy had been reintroduced, and the opposition remained fragmented because of this, the interest of the political leaders. Yeah. And Moi walked over that election. And then there was violence. There was also a lot of violence in 1997 election. So, Ruto, who's a student of Moi and is employing the exact same tactics, it's probably calculating that all he needs to do is destabilize and make sure these opposition leaders remain in competition.
And that's exactly what they're doing.
And he's going to walk over. And then also the local level. All politics is local. And one thing you have to say about William Ruto, UDA, they are very aggressive at the very local level. So register, but also that very strong local penetration, voice to, person to person,
Yes.
household to household, explaining that the choices you have made are bearing on you and you need to make better choices.
And see the connect.
And you need good local leaders.
I think the toughest question here is, if you look at both the divides, who exactly is speaking Mwananchi's language, whether it's opposition, whether it's government, who is pro-people and looking at changing the lives of Mwananchi? Because Mwananchi are saying, can't see.
Yes, can't see, but Mwananchi also, let me not even say Mwananchi, because we have overlooked our local governance. We talk about one term, and forget that we have county governments that are like, our Nairobi county, we can see in the headlines every week with a new outrageous scandal. How does that happen? Because we don't pay attention to this very, very important seat of the MCA.
Very true.
And so we are so preoccupied with one term, we forget we also have, and MCA's turnover. Those MCAs actually, I think the turnover is like 85%.
85%, yes.
Attrition. So they're going to go anyway. But the havoc they'll have wreaked because we didn't pay attention. So let's not get discouraged. Let's get organized.
Yep. Let me go through greeting you guys really quick here because I just want to notice that you're here for sure and take note of your presence. Boaz Nalianya says, good morning. Traveling from Bungoma to Kitale, but tuned in kama kawaida. Thank you so much. Karibu sana. Daniel Churu is tuned in this morning. My awesome friend, SpiceFM. Dear Undu, what do you call a situation where you love and adore someone so much, but the admirable character, but they don't know that? Tell them. There's a man in Nigeria, his name is Chike, he's an artist. And one of the songs he sang that I love so much, tell them. Just tell them, and then you can have peace in your heart. You have nothing to lose. Just be brave.
Be brave.
Yes.
Tell them and insist.
Exactly. You have nothing to lose.
Same kutoke.
Bas. Jennifer Tenney says, good morning. Tuned in. It's a new week. We're optimistic. Saying for the week, if you're not invited to the table, break the table. Kabisa. Nyakundi Emmanuel says Shah is a scam. Ooh, good morning, my favorite team. Kisumu was awesome and Shah is a scam. It's like peanut butter and jelly. Okay. Boangi Juma says good morning.
That's a scam. Wrong adage. Wrong example.
How are you all this morning? From Mombasa to Kisumu, Transoya, indeed, everybody is having sleepless nights. Oh, somebody. Why? Jose Kimonge says, good morning. Tuned in from Ibencho and there's rain. Yeah, it's raining all over. We're told that that guy is coming. That little boy is coming back. El Nino in May. Vintage says, good morning. United as Kenyans determined to get our country back. That's great. Ask, where is Don Sabor? Welcome, Wanjiro, says Peter Kiarie.
Thank you.
And that's a good question. Where is Don Sabor? Dave Mangera says, good morning. Tuned into the Situation Room. Back to school, Manenos. I'm telling you, my head is already breaking. Young Jedi says, good morning. Ndu Deno, greetings. And Mapenzi Mob from Thika. Things are heating up nicely before 70 days to go to D-Day. Mutuflani says, Aseto, you're in great company, Leo. Warembo, I'll see you.
Niko sawa. Not complaining.
You're not complaining at all. Thank you, SpiceFM. Up next. Kabisa, we're taking it. Wow, Wajiro Gekonyo, nice. True North, thank you. Nice to see you back at Spice.
Thank you.
Karibu Sana.
Thank you.
The Real SC says, good morning, 1:59:30. That by Sarah was an amazing race. And he said, just with my Adidas.
Yeah.
He said, just with my Adidas. If Adidas needed a
better campaign.
A campaign,
an ambassador.
They got it. They got it nicely.
Yeah.
They got it nicely. So that was a great thing to see. Vintage, good morning. Alicia Morano says, good morning. Thank you so much. Rosanna Emily's tuned in this morning. Karibu. And Enoch says, good morning. Tuning from India. Namaste. Namasakra. Good morning to you. Sam is tuned in and you said, where appear Nisifuna? Okay. What is the village gossip about, SC? Let's keep it positive, shall we? Madly African says, good morning. Yay, Wajiro Kikonyo is here. Thank you so much. Karibu Sana. Linda Gola, bonjour mes amis. So good to see Wajiro, and she should explain where she has been. We'll give you an opportunity to do that. Thomas Osoro says, good morning. Good to see you. Linda Mwananchi is the way to go. Robert Mairo says, good morning to you from Eldoret. Hello, good morning, fam. How long is the voter registration activity? I think you have until the 28th of April. It's a very short period of time, guys. That's tomorrow. Okay. Oyamo says, good morning. A lovely week to you all, says Drift Session. And thank you, everybody, for being here with us. We're going to look into the papers. And so anybody who comes into the room, we've just given you a welcome. Karibu Sana, thank you for being here with us in the morning. And we don't take it for granted that you join us and be part of this conversation. You want to be here for this one this morning. So let's take a quick break, and then we'll come back and look into the headlines. What's making the headlines? Don't go away. Good morning at 25 to 7.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi at 16. We'll see a high of 24, and it's cloudy at 15 in Nakuru. Light rain in Nyeri at 17, and at 20 it is cloudy in Kisumu. 18 and cloudy into Kakamega. Mostly cloudy at 24 into Mombasa, and at 26 it's partly sunny in Malindi. Looking into Marsabit, and sunny conditions at 20. And into Kampala, cloudy at 20. And Dar es Salaam is mostly sunny already at 24. Partly cloudy at 12 into Johannesburg, while at 25 Lagos is partly cloudy this morning. Mostly clear at 9 degrees into London. And at 21, it's a sunny and windy going into afternoon in Beijing. Sunday night is clear at 9 degrees in New York. Coming into Monday, we'll see a high of 14 and a low of 8.
Chilled Spice.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
All right, looks like it's already shaping up to be a busy morning. From what it looks like on the Thika Superhighway, those are the indicators. There's a lot of traffic heading into the city this morning. Coming all the way from that Roy Road Junction, rather the interchange. Some of that will go through towards the Northern Bypass, but a lot of that is snaking along the Thika Superhighway, taking you then towards Muranga Road. Traffic that's incoming from Muthaiga Square, heading out towards the Pangani Underpass. So that's busy. North Airport Road also has some traffic this morning. Coming in and outbound on Embakasi, it's busy. And then also, as you touch on Outer Ring today, you'll find some traffic. Into the CBD is where everybody's heading this morning. As you come off from Mombasa Road, you're not seeing too much. I think we'll do okay with that for now. But it's going to get crazier. Folks, children are going back to school. Starting from today, there's going to be a lot of country crisscrossing. So we want you to be careful. At the same time, traffic will increase between today and Wednesday. We know that. So keeping an eye on all of this. Let us know what's cooking in your woods. SpiceFM, KEONX, hashtag The Situation Room.
Out and the fun is in. Feast your eyes and your kids' hearts on a feast like no other with StarTimes. Recharge your monthly subscription today and get upgraded to the next high bouquet for 1 full month. Turn your home into a world of adventure with Bluey on CBeebies, playful giggles on Baby TV and Jim Jam, learning that feels like play on Mindset Learn, non-stop action with the Batman on Toonami and the Powerpuff Girls on Boing, endless fun with SpongeBob on ST Kids, and thrilling wins with Super Strikers on ST Tunes. Unlock your upgrade today. Simply renew your subscription on your current bouquet and we'll automatically move you to the next high bouquet for 30 days. Dial *858# or call us on 0719 077 077 for customer care. Download the StarTimes on app to take the fun wherever you go. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 21 minutes to 7 o'clock. A quick look into the headlines. We'll just look at the headlines real quick and we'll come and take stories. Start off on Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. And that picture on the front page, can't make some of this stuff up. Triumphant entry, succession showdown is what the Standard calls it. Kisumu roared to life as the Linda Mwananchi faction led by James Orengo, Babu Owino and Edwin Sifuna stormed the city and crushed attempts to block their rally. Crowds, overwhelmed goons, tore down barricades and cleared the way for a defiant procession. Speaker after speaker tore into the government, accusing it of failure and reigniting anti-Ruto chants. The rally revived the spirit of Raila Odinga and exposed a fierce battle for his base, leaving William Ruto and Oburu Oginga facing a restless, unconvinced stronghold. Okay, so obviously that's a story. And that's a picture. Who took this picture? I'm looking for that photographer. That's a really good picture there, obviously. But that picture tells 1,000 words. Now, can you imagine if the people in that picture did what?
Kura.
Registered.
Bas.
Kadi.
If the people in that picture actually, of course, we'll go into those conversations, but let's look quickly into the headlines on the Standard. Kitui village in shock as bandits kill 7 residents and burn property. I had to ask myself, and from a journalistic point of view, and maybe sometimes conspiratorial, I have to ask myself, because somebody said yesterday, what is it? What is it here? Until I heard the words where somebody said yesterday, and I'm sure you know who the somebody is, when they said, usijali, tutatoa watu hapa, tutaleta wanyama hapa, alafu watu wasiishi hapa tena.
Yeah.
This place has never had such an attack.
Right.
Ever. So what now? What was it about this particular area then that would make people now attack out of the blue and kill 7? Because now all of us are wondering, oh my goodness, what is it about?
We've never had
that before.
Ever. And then suddenly there's KWS.
Yes.
And then the CS is telling you that we are going to remove the people and bring animals.
Right.
I leave it to you. We will look into the story, but I leave it to Miss World in Tanzania, a lesson for Kenya. And you're asking the question, what? Tanzania's successful bid to host Miss World points to a strategic shift in East Africa's global positioning. Critics are questioning whether poor coordination, weak government support undermine Kenya's infrastructure advantage. Everybody assumed that it would be Kenya that would host this, no matter how thin you slice it. You want to say, oh, it's just beauty queens strutting on a stage? Actually, no.
Nope.
In terms of what it does for recognition,
profile,
big
revenue.
It's revenue. It's people coming to your country. It's people who are vested. The beauty industry is $100 billion annual industry that a lot of people feed off of that, whether it's fashion, whether it's cosmetics, whether it's now looking at health and wellness, $100 billion a year. And all of these are linked to pageants like this. So the location matters.
Right.
And so if you didn't get it, you want to ask why, or if you want to ask why did Tanzania get it?
Get it, yeah. What did they do different?
Anti-Ruto fury fuels ODM party battle as factions storm Kisumu. Ruto says, I will not kiss your ring. I will not kneel to you. In my opinion, kind of acknowledging that there's a position of kneeling in the first place.
Yes.
It's already an admission.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know,
I've been asked to.
I assume that
they
there's
want
something
me
that I
to.
I recognize your
position. Yeah.
Since 2024, Ruto's been fighting for survival. Because in 2024, young people came out and told him to go home. And he has since then been regrouping.
Yeah.
What he was counting on was co-opting his main opposition contender, which he did. Now that there appears to be a youthful force that is tapping the imagination of the youthful generation who need to pick their voting cards to really be counted, now this is what is coming to bear. But he's still an incumbent. So it is not won. There's a lot of work that needs to happen, and despite I think the excitement, there's we're still talking about regional. It's a game of numbers.
Yeah.
It's also about control over the instruments of violence and coercion.
Indeed.
And if you look at the defense budget of this government, it's been increasing every year.
True.
It exceeds health, it exceeds agriculture, because government is more interested in securing, I don't know whether it's securing its people or securing itself against its people. Securing something.
That's for sure.
So there's a lot of strategy that needs to be laid out.
All right.
Yeah.
There's a story that should concern you on page 6. Do you know what industrial sugar is? Right. There's a concern over industrial sugar entering Kenyan kitchens. Industrial sugar should not be in your kitchen, first of all. It's not the stuff that you consume every day. The diversion of industrial sugar into homes has triggered alarm over regulatory gaps and potential contamination. Health experts warn of risks linked to impurities and heavy metals, heightening concerns over food safety. The question then becomes, how can you be sure that the sugar that you're consuming in your home actually is safe? That the checks, we shouldn't actually be told this.
True.
We shouldn't be told this.
Kebs.
Thank you. You should have done your job.
Yes. Exactly.
You should have done your job And we shouldn't even have to be thinking about whether there's industrial sugar in the packet that I buy in my container in my pantry.
Because every time you go to a shop to buy sugar, you trust that it has gone through the processes and that the government is taking care of you.
But
it's that simple.
Guess what? Majority of Kenyans don't buy packets of sugar.
True.
So
even the one that they
yes, it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
So the issue is the enforcement. The issue is about the management, leadership at KEBS. It's about that regulatory framework. And I like these kind of stories because we focus a lot on various actors, but regulators in this country are a real weak point. Food safety in this country is a major concern, and that is why we are seeing possibly why we are seeing spiking cases of cancer.
We cannot run away from the connection between the rise over the last 10 years of NCDs and what we are seeing in terms of checks and balances. We cannot. Whether it's sugar, whatever is put in preservatives, whatever is a healthy insecticides that are banned in certain parts of Europe but are still allowed into Africa. The stuff that people in Europe will never put on their skin, but is put into bottles that comes here, and that they're the regulatory bodies who are very plainly not doing their job. We cannot run away from the connection between that and the spike of NCDs in the last 10 years. That people who are ordinarily healthy, then in 1 year, they deteriorate and they die from cancer. That you find cancer at stage 3. Because it didn't show up before that. There is a connection. And until we do something about it, people are going to continue to die. I'm sounding morbid this Monday, but that's the truth.
Yeah, but it's the reality that you're dealing with, because even now when you talk about industrial sugar getting into our kitchens, one must ask themselves, how did we end up there? It's because we killed our own manufacturing companies in the country who used to give us quality sugar that we used to consume. So today we find the country importing sugar that is not certified, that does not go through the relevant processes for it to enter our kitchens. So we still need to go back on how manufacturing becomes a key part of our economy in terms of discussions.
We did. And that only takes us to page 10 of the Standard. Having not looked at some
Is it more bad news, or is there hidden in there something to give us hope?
I'm sure you'll come up with, you'll give us a story in a bit, Wajiro, from the Standard. But there's more. But what I would encourage you to do is get a copy of the Standard today, get a copy of the Standard e-paper. You can do that online, and that you can have all the news in your hand, literally. Mr. Aseto, The Nation.
Daily Nation. So we start with why civil servants, teachers reject SHA. We're talking about teachers, civil servants, and doctors saying no to SHA with various reasons as to why they're saying that. So I'll just go through. Teachers saying outpatient cover has been capped at between 1,200 and 4,000, forcing cash payments. And civil servants are saying that a limited cover, including dental and optical, despite double payments in lost medical allowances and SHA deduction, is part of the reason. Doctors are saying contributors blocked from services every month on the 9th over unlimited SHA fees. So doctors who are treating you can't treat themselves using what? SHA. Sifuna Orengo's ODM camp row in Kisumu, we saw that. And Sebastian Sauer's historic marathon run in under 2 hours wins world praises. As well as gunman attacks Trump event ahead of King Charles III visit. So that's what's on the main page of the Star. Go to page 2. Russia still taking Kenyans to battlefield. We remember Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi in Russia saying that no more Kenyans will be seen in that fight. One asked the question, where are we with that? Have we repatriated Kenyans who are there, including the bodies of those who've been killed in war? Because we have diplomatic ties with both Ukraine and Russia. Where are we with that? It went cold. Now, over 380 get free treatment in Mombasa. That is due to a medical camp. And a diver who braves deadly waters to recover bodies. So he's a self-taught diver, and braves dangerous waters to recover drowning victims and bring families closure. I do this because families deserve closure. I married when I was already doing this. They have never stigmatized me. They are proud. This is an individual who one would say deserves the presidential award. You know, OGW, HSC. He's one of those guys who should be given that. And tragedy deepens as Kenyan who lost parents dies in motorcycle accident in the US. So a Kenyan man who once made an emotional appeal for justice over the killing of his parents has died in a road accident in the United States, reopening painful memories of a tragedy that has continued to haunt his family. That is sad. On page 4 is an in-depth analysis or look into that story of Shah and why civil servants are saying no to it. And now this is national news. Ex-officials evading accountability. That is MP Mr. Wamboka was suspended from chairing PIC following complaint. If the man was found to be corrupt, why suspend him? Get him out of the house. Let him go home. Let him fight his battles in court.
No, but you need to read that story because it's not clear what happened. Because a report was tabled, due for adoption. I'm not sure whether it was adopted.
Adopted, yeah.
And then those cited in the report wrote to the speaker complaining that they are being extorted. 10 months after that letter was received by the speaker, the chair of the committee is then suspended. And then the chair then says that the commissioners failed to appear 3 times before Parliament. So where is the truth in this? Is it extortion? Is it that they failed to appear? But I think it exposes a couple of things. The amounts cited are huge. I think you're talking about some 200 B.
Yep.
And I'm wondering how the NCIC can afford to allocate 257 million.
Yeah.
You know, this board, and then where did it spend that money? This is a body that we don't see, hear, or feel. So, that's my question. And then it's also about the brown envelope culture. Is that what the issue was? Or is this impunity from a body that has no business being in business?
Yes.
Which would be my first guess.
Yes. As it is over and over again.
Yeah.
That you just do nonsense because you've gotten away with it before or because you're going to ask yourself the question, so who's going to ask me tomorrow?
When 257 is at stake, who is passing the brown envelopes? Is it those who are implicated or the one investigating? Very murky.
Yeah.
Right.
You look at the Star.
What do you?
Right. Oh, I see. So I'll look at the headline story. GMO debate divides Kenyans as hunger bites and yields fall. So climate change is here and it's taking a toll on farmers. We also spend a lot on chemicals, but we still suffer losses. And I'm very happy to adopt GMO. This is one of the farmers who's been cited in this. In 2022, the government lifted a ban on GMOs, but was last year halted by court. And the argument for GMOs is that persistent drought in parts of Kenya, low yields and poor earnings have reignited calls for reforms in agriculture with a focus on GMOs. GMOs, the article goes on to say that 80%, there's a high percentage, 80% of GMO use in South Africa, whereas 3.3 million are facing acute food insecurity in Kenya. 4.1B, the amount approved for drought response. Mandera, Wajir, Kwale, Kilifi counties placed under alarm phase, and 12 number of counties that are on alert, and 95% farmers in the country who depend on rain-fed agriculture, and the number of BT maize varieties, therefore number of BT maize varieties approved in 2022. Now, can I give a backstory? It's a very long story, and maybe there are some headlines that are of interest. But of course, the GMO discussion has raged around the cost of the technology, the ownership of the technology, and the argument that GMO creates a dependency. And there's a big discussion about GMO seeds and indigenous seed varieties. Yeah. There's also a discussion about the technology because Kenya under Mwai Kibaki, produced its own GMO variety. And what the experts then said is Kenya cannot afford to import technology from outside that enriches multinationals in the States and the rest. Because there's a big cartel in GMO technology and seeds management. So the big question becomes, why is Kenya not using JQuat technology? And instead we are seeing financiers, and one of the big ones, of course, is Bill Gates coming in, financing policy and financing the solutions. So there's two discussions here. There's about the rain-fed agriculture. Is government investing in irrigation and extension farming, and that is needed to support agriculture? Or are there interests associated with getting GMO technology into Kenya so that the back end, because we already said that Kenya is about back end. Who is the back end of e-citizen? Who is the back end of government to government? Who is the back end of
GMO?
Oil refinery. Who is the back end of GMO?
Follow the money.
Follow the money.
Yes.
That is the problem.
Follow the money.
That is the problem. And we need solutions to this, and I think these should be the headliners of the campaigns, because the question that you asked earlier is, are we going to get anything different? Or are the opposition campaigners simply positioning themselves to become the new back end?
True.
It's clear that in these circles where we operate, the back end are the beneficiaries. The people who sit and are able to, the puppet masters, they're the ones who are the beneficiaries. And whereby it would appear as though somebody wants to come in and push the GMO conversation, they are not doing it for the benefit of the majority of the populace.
True.
It is about them and what business they will then be able to get as a result of it. They can then, and a lot of times, when you see that there is a push for a particular law to then be established, ask yourself who
is pushing
and who is behind it.
Because
suddenly something comes out of the blue and Parliament has discussed it and they have debated it, and then it comes out and it becomes law in no time. And then you think, okay, now because of this, we suddenly have to purchase certain things in a certain way. All right, ask yourself, when there was a push and pull for vaccination of certain cattle, and you said, okay, this is nice, they just want us to make sure that our animals are safe. No.
I was pushing it.
What was behind it? Even in this case, always ask yourself, so does it mean that you have to question everything? Unfortunately,
yes. Because we're also discussing about GMO at a time when we know government of Kenya actually made it impossible or banned farmers from having indigenous seeds as well. So there is the seed conversation. So on the other hand, GMO is coming. But behind that, farmers who've been having indigenous seeds are being asked not to use that, and it's a crime in the country. Why? Is the question.
Food sovereignty.
These are the questions that we ask, and I think when we look into some of these things, sometimes it takes us down the slippery slope, but we have to talk about them regardless. I just want to take a minute, actually less than a minute, to talk about Sebastian Serre. I've said for the longest time that some of the greatest ambassadors for countries are sportsmen and those who are in and athletes and those who are in the arts. It actually is a position that is never elevated to the levels that it should be, and that we don't realize these people put nations on the map in terms of what can actually come out. That these are the things that actually, if exploitation can happen in a positive way, that you should actually push, you should actually be behind. He did a fantastic thing, and he said that all I did was run with my Adidas, and he had that picture there. He did it with not in a controlled environment. He did it with all the grit that he needed. He crossed the finish line during the men's elite race at the London Marathon in Britain yesterday. And of course, everybody carrying that story in terms of what he did. His rise from cross-country to breaking the sub-2 barrier. No human being has ever done that.
It's formidable.
It's formidable. And he's from Kenya. So it's something that you need to actually take and run with it. And it's my hope that it will now start to actually bear, whereby this thing that athletes do will actually be taken seriously and not an opportunity for people to eat again. Good morning, 7 a.m.
Sugar and spice and everything I spice it.
spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua has announced that he'll return to court to challenge the removal of the deputy president, claiming that he was removed from office illegally. Speaking in Bamburi, Mombasa County, Gachagua revealed that evidence he has gathered shows that the move to remove him from office was politically motivated. He expressed his confidence in the court, saying that he believes it will adhere to constitutional principles in handling his case without bias.
We have faith in our judicial system that it should be able to give justice to Rigathi Gachagua, his supporters, and the people of Kenya. That the three judges will do what is right, apply the law, and give justice not just to Rigathi Gachagua, but uphold the constitution of Kenya because it's the right thing to do.
Gachagua's statement has been reinforced by Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka.
Ndugu yetu huyu, second deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, aliondolewa kiimla kwa mamlaka. Mimi kama wakili najua ni kiimla kwa sababu katiba yenyewe haikufuatiliwa. It was political mobilization, less national interest. Na kwa hivyo Wakenya wenzangu, Mheshimiwa Rigathi wa Gachagua kesho ako kwa mahakama.
This comes as a three-judge panel is expected to begin hearing the case filed by Gachagua challenging his removal from office today. Gachagua was impeached in October 2024, becoming the first DP to be removed from office since the 2010 constitution was enacted. The government will deal with all perpetrators of the revenge attack at Tsekuri area in Kitui County, which left 7 people dead. Speaking at the scene, Deputy Inspector General of Police Elliot Lagarde has described Saturday's attack as a gross violation of human rights.
I have instructed the OCBD and the DCIO to commence immediately the investigations, and they will stay here until they get a lead to arresting that situation. As a security sector, we are not going to accept, neither entertain this kind of crime that to me or to us is a violation of rights and freedoms of people.
Lagarde's statement was backed by Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen, who was speaking at El Daramavin in Baringo County.
Tunataka kuhakikisha kwamba serikali ya Kenya itachukulia hatua wale ambao wana incite wananchi wapigane. Na tumesema pia kwamba hiyo game reserve ya upande ya Kitui pale, tunataka serikali ichukue, KWS iweke askari na tuweke wanyama, wananchi watoke sehemu hiyo, ndio iwache kuwa mahali wakora wanajificha wakikuja kufanya attacks.
This comes after the National Police Service deployed a special police force to the Nsekuri area to strengthen patrols and hunt down the perpetrators of the attack. Here are the statements of residents who survived the attack.
Nilisikia mbunduki nikiwa kwa njia, nikarudi nyuma nikaokoa watoto. Alafu tukaenda kwa msitu tukakaa kama saa 9 ndio tumetokea. Kutoka nikasikia nduka imeingia moto, nikakunja kuangalia hakuna kitu nimeokoa.
Sasa mtoto yangu ameolewa. Ni hii kisa inafanywa hapa kambi. Aliolewa kwa mto. Sasa hebu niambieni hiyo ni jira gani? Kuna brother yangu saa hii nalea na ana mkono nikiwele saa hii. Yaani boma yangu itakwisha kweli? Nikiwa hai. Huyo hako mochari, hiyo brother yangu ni mimi nalea.
Na kila siku wanavamia, hata Kalonzo alikuwa hapa. Anajua hii shida. Na kama anjui, aingie hapa kamari tumuone, ni mtoto wetu. Na hicho ndicho kilio tunaomba. Hatuwezi kaa hapa, hatuna amani. Anakula sima huko Mombasa, Nairobi, sisi tunaumia.
That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
Spice FM, Nakuru. Online, mobile, and on radio. Twitter @SpiceFM KE.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Parliament has got powers. Let me break it down. The National Assembly can initiate an impeachment of the president.
This same
and the
National
Senate,
Assembly.
Yes. That's our constitution.
This is just a continuation of the previous administration, which Ruto was part of. President Uhuru himself openly said that we're losing 2 billion daily. Daily. I mean, come on. Are you saying that we don't have a central bank?
If we look at Kenya, both public-private sector, that figure is ranging between 30 to 40%, right?
I think it's clear that the government of Kenya is living beyond its means.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Baba should disown these experts and say they went there on the, because he keep on telling us that these experts you came from Dubai and you found them there already at State House looking for jobs.
Government has to has to introduce austerity measures. It's something that this government and the previous ones have not been able to do in this country. We've talked about it so many times.
And really, I think you have seen the modus operandi of William Samoei Ruto since he came in. It's just showbiz.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Wherever you're tuned in this morning, the 27th of April, a very good morning to you. As we get into these conversations this morning, lovely to have you here. This is the Situation Room, and we are going to be looking into a number of matters today as we get into things. Karibuni sana, and thank you for being here with us and being able to understand that there are some conversations we must have in terms of what's your plan. We'll tell you about those in a bit. Are you feeling unwell this morning? Well, do not search your symptoms. There's that one guy whose name starts with the G that we don't want you to go to. We want you to actually think about the Aga Khan University Hospital that has brought specialized world-class care to your neighborhood. So wherever you are, you can actually bring it close. Hospital clinics are located, they offer specialist clinics, diagnostics and pharmacy reviews or services, ensuring you and your family receive the best. So see your cardiologist, your pediatrician, your gynecologist, your family physician, your surgeon, your diabetologist. Yes, I know you didn't know that existed. Your gastroenterologist, your neurologist, your pulmonologist. We'll ask Wajiro what that means later, among other consultants near your home. So for families on Gong Road and its environs, we got you with the medical centers at the following locations. So we're talking to folks at On Gong Road this morning, the Aga Khan University Hospital and its specialized clinics near you. Prestige Plaza, Valley Arcade Shopping Center, Bina Complex in Karen, T-Mall, and Gong Town. Visit any Aga Khan University Hospital Medical Center in your hood today or call 0730-018-011-888. I'll do that again, 0730-011-888. The Aga Khan University Hospital, world-class care here and now. Sawa sawa? Remember that. And even as we do, let's look at the state of the economy. We're not just going to look at it, but we're probably going to interrogate it a little bit and find out a number of things. Raising the budget ceiling, debt strategy, and the IMF. Joining us in the hot seat of the Situation Room this morning is Irung'u Nyakera, former PS Planning. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Very well, thank you, and happy to be here today.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Karibu, I'm glad that we could look into some of these matters with you. Dennis has taken us to a different country this week.
Yes, Equatorial Guinea, a country that has had a president for 47 years. 1979.
How old are you, Dennis?
Who was born in 1979?
You know? So 1979, it's a country that is rich in oil deposits, but unfortunately, that is not helping the country because it's like the African story. It's being taken out and buying it back in a very expensive manner. Human rights in the country is something that does not exist, but that notwithstanding as well, it is a country the only country in the continent that speaks Spanish. So they also speak French and Portuguese. So that has helped many citizens to operate globally, diplomatically, because they're able to speak different languages. But let's go to the proverb. When the roots are deep, there is no reason to fear wind. How would you interpret it?
It's about the foundation.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a strong foundation, then everything else will work out well. Yeah.
Well said, short and sweet.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Straight to the point.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Why
This
cut
is going
corners?
to be a great conversation.
Well, all right. And then maybe we can get your views, Irung'u, about what you think the state of the economy is, what we can see, what we can feel. How would you look at Kenya's economy today, and what would you say its health status is if you were on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the best?
I think I'd put it, the state of our economy at about 5.
Okay.
So it's not 0, it's not 1, and it's certainly not 8 or 10. And 5 because the state of the economy is actually how you feel it in your pocket. It's the perception is the reality. So if actually people are saying that there is no money, then there is no money. There are those few that have it, and the ones who have it are holding it because they don't want to spend it at this point. And then the majority are now having to suffer from that reality of that there's no money. And if you think of why there's no money, and yet the government is really collecting money, is what we always say, that Kenya does not have a revenue problem. Kenya has a spending and prioritization problem. For every 10 shillings that the government collects in ordinary revenue, 6 shillings goes into paying debt. So only 4 shillings is left for everything else. For your schools, for your hospitals, for your roads, everything else, only 4 shillings is left. So whether or not the government decides to raise the ceiling and collect and have more debt, because currently we're at about 12.4 trillion shillings in debt, as long as we do not have fiscal discipline on how we spend our money, on how we prioritize, on how we fight corruption, on how we treat those who plunder and waste our money, then it'll just be the same spiral, just continuous collections and nothing, nowhere to show for it.
Our conversation is over. That is
We're done. We can shut it down.
Now we can shut it down. One opening statement has closed it. What I would ask around this debt ceiling, because, and then if you don't mind, I'd like to link it to your tenure as a PS in planning, where you said that you overperformed and therefore you had to lose your job. And my question would then be, what's your advice to government? What are these drivers? Because, like you said, since in 2013-2015 period, Kenya's debt was 1.2 trillion. Now we are at 12.4 trillion. And this is the cost of the big four better. These big political projects that are riddled with self-interest, but also the model that government has taken is to build big, borrow, and this seems to be an insatiable thing. So when you sat as PS of planning, what was the advice you were giving to government? And if it were you now advising government and parliament on this debt ceiling, what would you say in practical terms? Because we seem to be stuck in a debt cycle, needing to borrow to pay off.
I think actually when I was in planning, one of the biggest the conflicts we had was with actually the office of the president. Because I remember myself and the CS were in Mombasa working on the final the budget, the policies for the 2017 to 2022 period. And that's when I was called and I was told that we have the big four pillars and we need to incorporate them into our plan. But then I asked, how do we have big four and that we are supposed to be on Vision 2030? Because our planning was actually anchored on Vision 2030 and not on the big four. The big four were new to us. And big four had been brought in by McKinsey. And they were not, so essentially they had come and sold this agenda and this plan to the president and had made us move away from actually our planning.
Yeah.
And I think that's the biggest challenge even today in Kenya, where we are excited by new things and we forget that the growth trajectory is really based on consistency and discipline to a set plan and agenda. We have Vision 2030, we have Africa Agenda 2063, which are the two that were actually anchoring our budget, our planning process. So, you see, if you're already spending 60% of your collections on debt, then it means that there's really, you can't expect to have much growth. At least there won't be development spending. And of the 60% that you're spending on debt, like local debt is this year is going to be about 1.1 trillion. And the 1.1 trillion is before you even add the pending bills of 700 billion. So, and that's now, we've again moved, if you see the conversation with IMF, we've also moved away from concessional funding, debt for the foreign, to now more market-driven debt, which is a lot more expensive. So your Euro bonds, your different green bonds and all that, that's now no longer concessional. So it means that we'll continue to borrow at a much higher costs. So the question is, you see, even when you go to the bank yourself to borrow, it's always about what is that money going to do for you. If the money is going to generate a significant return for you, then there's no problem in borrowing. So nobody has an issue with borrowing. The question is, if you're going to borrow for consumption, if you're going to borrow for what goes into corruption, to fund corruption, if you're going to borrow to pay for more debt that you had taken before, so it doesn't make sense. So there has to be a real conversation on fiscal consolidation and fiscal discipline. How are we going to bring down the debt to the deficit from the current 5% to the intended 3%, 4% of GDP?
Right.
We talk about a very big budget. Like this year now, we've moved to about 4.7 trillion shillings in the budget. But of that, about 35% is borrowed. Only the KRA is expected to raise about 2.83 trillion. The rest, 1.7 trillion, is A&A and borrowing. So it's about 35% in borrowing. So are there things that we are borrowing for that we really don't need today? Because I keep saying, Kenya will be there 100 years from today. Norway is still building roads today. They're still building ports. So we don't have to do everything today, but we have to create a great foundation for whatever capital we are getting to be able to generate value and revenue and for us.
Nyakera, I want to look at three things that you've mentioned, right? That there was Vision 2030, there is still Vision 2030, which was a clear blueprint that Kenya would follow when it comes to sorting out if it's development, social services. It was clearly stipulated in Vision 2030. But then again, there is as well the African Vision, where is 2063, that Kenya is a signatory to, and that as well was together with the region and the entire continent on where Kenya was supposed to go. And all these things are anchored into statutes and laws that we must adhere to. Therefore, when it comes to Parliament, which is an oversight body that should ensure that our vision, what we signed up to, are upheld, Parliament is there to play its oversight role to ensure that is done. Is therefore Parliament, as part and parcel of government, the weakest link in ensuring that we follow the law, we follow our vision, and that we implement that which we have set?
I think if you think about Parliament, is what oversight do they provide? Because as soon as they are put in people's pocket, in the executive pocket, then they really is in oversight. They're just waiting for whatever document is brought to them for them to sign. Look at the Safaricom, for example, diversity of government. It was just taken to Parliament, and within a few days, regardless of the price, regardless of whether or not, without questioning whether or not the government was going to get real value, there was no valuation report, and they just passed it, and yet there was even a court order stopping them from passing. But because the executive had said so, they went ahead to do it. So I don't think there's anything that I have seen coming from Parliament that actually tells me that Parliament is in control, or the Speaker is in control. It just says that the Parliament is an extension of the executive, and it shouldn't be. And that's why we hopefully in the next election we can be able to get parliamentarians who actually believe in Kenya and a better Kenya, and not necessarily just for on their pockets. When you're talking about the Vision 2030 and Agenda 2063, they're different in that Vision 2030 is about Kenya itself. How do we grow? Who are we? What are our aspirations? And priority being Kenyans. Agenda 2063 is about connectivity of Africa. How do so the infrastructure? How do we move from Kenya to Mali? How do you so I think priority for us actually should be Vision 2030, because that's where the capital allocation should come in first. The regional growth and the and further and the Africa agenda, I think should be secondary, should come second. So if you have excess money, then you can be able to fund that, and that's why when you I was in transport, the PS transport, of course, our key projects were two. One is the central, the Lapset corridor, which was to connect the East Africa through the Lamu corridor, so connect Ethiopia, you connect South Sudan, you connect Uganda, and then we had also the SGR corridor, which again connects the entire of East Africa. And see, I keep saying it, and people keep saying that I was talking when we were talking about the SGR itself, the extension of SGR, because we went all the way to Naivasha.
Yes.
We were looking for funds, concluding the funding for the next phase, which was the Naivasha to Kisumu. And for me, I remember when I was chairing the PSs for the Northern Corridor, and I said that for us, the priority for us Kenya should actually be to reach Kisumu. And then at Kisumu, we build a port, because we already had the funding for the port. We had received about $140 million in funding, which was coming to almost 20 billion to put a modern port facility, which will create jobs, allow for the industrialization of the region. Actually, around the Xi'an area, the Chinese had taken over about 1,000 acres to put up industries and put up an industrial park, because I was saying that there is no point of us paying for the Kisumu to Malaba port, which was about $1.3 billion. Yet we are not. There is no money that the Kenya will get out of it. I was saying, over time, once we generate enough money through the port, then we can be able to do the same.
I'm curious, so, where did $140 million then go? Because you just said that you had already received the money.
No, it was approved.
We had received
a
from
facility, a loan from part of the SGR funding.
Did the money come through?
It didn't.
So it just remained in that.
Yes.
But more to the point is that this plan to do the connectivity and the linkage was overridden by political decision making that then also robbed Kisumu of this major investment.
I think it was not even a lot of political. I think it was an issue of the actualization of the phase 1 and phase 2. Because already the funders were looking at, we've given you money already. You've already built the rail to Nairobi. You're supposed to be doing about 48% of the capacity of the rail for you to be able to even break even. And yet at that time we were doing about 16%, and that's why they did not at that point approve the funding. For now the Naivasha 2B, phase 2B, now Naivasha Kisumu.
So we were unable to execute.
Yes, we were unable to execute.
The 40% overpricing of SGR and all notwithstanding.
So
even after all of that, we were unable to execute.
Okay.
And the land compensations and the law court.
The land compensation was done. It was just moving people or providing enough commercial reasons for people to move from using the road and the trucks to using the rail. Yeah, so because then everybody continued using the roads. So we had anticipated that with proper pricing, we should be able to move the trucks away from the road. And that's why. And then we were also expected that we should also be able to put up the industrial park in Naivasha to be able to also have return cargo going to the coast from inland, and potentially even to export, because then you lower the cost of logistics to we're looking at bringing it down to, from about 35% to 14%.
Those proposals suffered a lot of legitimacy questions.
Yes.
Because Naivasha was questioned. The inland port, of course, was contentious because of Mombasa, the impacts on the coast, Mombasa business. And these issues were not well canvassed. So it was viewed as a project to benefit the regime of the time.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And then even transporters said the consultations were not clear. So legitimacy...
The consultations, I agree, because I'm the one who put together the first... kind of stakeholders, brought together the stakeholders for consultation to now even start looking at the pricing and the costing, because then we're looking at the port of destination when designating cargo from overseas, not to be Mombasa anymore, but to be Nairobi.
I look at these things and it seems as though there's a merry-go-round here of perpetuity where you know what's supposed to be done. There is a lack of appetite or desire to actually get it done, because a lot of these things are laced with political goodwill, or in some case the absence of it. I mean, because you can see, anybody can see, you don't even have to have any kind of additional education to understand what, for example, a port would do for a city. It's very clear. And we also know that economic development for any country cannot happen without the manufacturing angle. We know this. This is already clear. You don't have to be a planner. You don't have to be an economic expert to understand. And we also see examples from across the globe how this has happened. That there's no country today that is economically sound or stable that does not have a manufacturing angle aspect. It doesn't exist anywhere. So now, knowing this, what really is the problem that stops then us? And I say us because it's not just Kenya. On the continent, we have the resources, we have the people, we have the technical know-how. But we're unable to bring these things together in concert to have it done. And we've been unable over time. Why?
Yeah, you speak of manufacturing, and the Vision 2030 actually had put the target at about 15%. And I think about 3-4 years ago, we were at around 12%. Now we're at 7%. So it's declining. And you see, manufacturing is a key driver to GDP and growth, because the raw materials for manufacturing are coming mostly from our farms. Meaning that actually there's that helps too. There's import substitution, so it helps in our currency itself, strengthening our currency, because then we are not importing finished products. Then of course for exports, then jobs creation, utilization of our utilities, if it's power, if it's whatever. So manufacturing actually, as you said, is a key driver to GDP and growth. But you see, unfortunately, the bureaucrats and the politicians make money from building and construction, not from implementing. Yeah. So they will always want a new road. Yeah. They will always want a new building. They will want a new railway, not to use it, but to make money at the construction and the building stage. And that's why we don't implement.
Okay, because
so how do we deal with that?
Yeah.
You've actually, you're beautifully just targeting the heart of the problem. How do we deal with this inbuilt corruption incentive?
I think we have to incentivize performance and punish the corruption in the real sense, because you see the issue when we're talking about the railway, for example, just as an example, because manufacturing and all that is touched. When the target is 48% on utilization of the railway, but we are at 16%. And nobody talks about it. Yeah. And what does that mean? It means that instead of the railway paying for itself, there has to be money coming from the treasury to fund, because the 20 billion per year has to be paid for. It now has, you raise 2-3 billion from the railway, then the other 17 billion that should have gone to schools, should have gone to hospitals, should have gone to actually the elderly and the young people, to small businesses, to paying pending bills, is diverted to pay for that loan. But it could actually have been collected if actually. So you sit there and you look at the person who's in charge, and the loss that they are to the economy is 17 billion, because it is money that we could like easily have captured. But are they put to account? No, they're not put to account. And they will actually be at the front line in negotiating the new rail from Naivasha to Kisumu. So that, because that's where the new money is.
Irung'u, you talk about negotiating the new deal from Naivasha to Nakuru, because like you rightfully said, SGR from Mombasa had a clear plan on what it was supposed to do. And I remember at the time, even setting up the inland dry port in Naivasha, there was a plan around it. And I remember at the time, transporters were supposed to use the railway to Naivasha and then pick it up from there to the rest of the country. But there was politics that was played. And I remember that was played mostly in Mombasa by the current president, then deputy president. And remember the entire debacle that was there. But then again, that notwithstanding, even then the former government, what conversation did they have with the transporters per se to bring them up to speed on the vision of the railway, why it is important for us to go there to help pay for the same, so that these other services go to everybody? Because this then brings forth conversation around public participation that it did not happen as expected at the time. Correct me if I'm wrong. But then again, there is also politics that we play. Like you said, today, we're talking about going to Kisumu, right? But we're going to Kisumu because we want the new thing on land. Not because it will deliver, but because we want to be seen to be working and not implementing the original vision. Am I right? Am I wrong?
Yeah, you see like for example, the Kisumu. Without the Kisumu leg, the SGR does not make sense. It should have at least gotten all the way to Kisumu. But I think the biggest challenge is now seen as the politicization of it, is the politics. When we're talking of the Naivasha, while what people are not seeing was actually, it was more about the land acquisition at around the Kedong Ranch, because there were people who had already positioned themselves to sell the 10,000 acres to government that the government needed. So it was always about the deals to be done. You see, for SGR to work, for the people who use it or expected to use it are business people. If I'm told that I'll be spending 50 shillings where I've been spending 70 shillings, it's a no-brainer. I'll do it. But the costs was higher. It's higher. And then the time is higher, because you'll get to ICD in Nairobi, and then it'll take you another 2-3 days to get clearance, and then you have the other last mile that again will cost you 35,000 shillings to move your cargo from there to there. So it did not change didn't make sense, essentially. So it just has to make sense. And that's why bringing together the stakeholders, all of them, and everybody, and government is looking at it. You see, this is a long term. Yeah. So you don't, and I was saying, we are not trying to make money in the 20 years that you're repaying this loan as government, because you'll be operating the rail beyond the 20 years.
Of course,
paying the
it'll
loan.
be longer than that.
Yes, we had already by then been operating the meter gauge for over 100 years, and it was still there. So I think it's more for government to sit with the stakeholders and not take a very hard stance. Because part of the reasons for the SGR was even to reduce the on-the-road carnage.
Indeed.
Even the congestion
on the roads.
I was arguing that we are talking about dualing Mombasa Road because it's a new deal for about $3 billion. While we are not utilizing the SGR. If we can utilize the SGR and even give subsidies for people to use the SGR,
then
you'll have less cargo on the roads.
Sounds like a no-brainer, like you said. I'd like us to take a break at this point because, look, this seems like there are too many balls up in the air and perhaps not enough going right. So perhaps our conversation then shifts towards what needs to be done, because then it becomes a little bit easier for us to then fill in this equation with the people who will then get it done. And that's now where the politics gets, where you get involved in all of this. So what needs to happen for us to get to the solutions that we're looking for? Irung'u Nyakera is with us this morning, and we're talking about the economy, looking into what needs to be done to actually, perception is reality. If you don't feel it, it probably doesn't exist. 24 to 8. We'll be back after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
We're getting into traffic hour this morning. It's coming off the Thika Superhighway. Inbound traffic is quite the thing. There's also traffic on Kiambu Road today, very heavy. And if you're looking at North Airport Road, traffic coming in from that Embakasi area is heavy. Inbound traffic also doing the thing. A lot of folks are getting into the CBD this morning. If you're on Waiaki Way, you're going to have to slow it down just a little bit, because as you get through towards Westlands, it slows down. Lower Kabete, also looking at James Gishoro, crossing over towards the Red Hill Link Road. Traffic then leading out towards Limuru Road and heading out towards Gigiri, the village market, and then through into the city. It's the long route, but that has traffic as well this morning. Why is it so busy? Kids are going back to school, guys. Schools are opening, and it's going to be a busy couple of days. One to watch out for. Plan effectively. Let's talk SpiceFM. KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
School is out and the fun is in. Feast your eyes and your kids' hearts on a feast like no other with StarTimes. Recharge your monthly subscription today and get upgraded to the next high bouquet for 1 full month. Turn your home into a world of adventure with Bluey on CBeebies, playful giggles on Baby TV and Jim Jam, learning that feels like play on Mindset Learn, non-stop action with the Batman on Toonami and the Powerpuff Girls on Boing, endless fun with SpongeBob on ST Kids, and thrilling wins with Super Strikers on ST Tunes. Unlock your upgrade today. Simply renew your subscription on your current bouquet and we'll automatically move you to the next high bouquet for 30 days. Dial *858# or call us on 0719 077 077 for customer care. Download the StarTimes on app to take the fun wherever you go. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
And we're coming up on 22 minutes to 8 o'clock this morning, having a conversation with former PS Planning Irung'u Nyakera. And it's clear that people know what to do to build an economy. People know what to do to build a sustainable economy. That's why you have plans like the Vision 2030. Many countries have implemented things like that. And I use the word implemented intentionally because it's not just a plan. A plan, I've heard, is useless if it's not implemented. It just becomes, a piece of paper that can be used in the fireplace, right? So what's it going to take to implement some of these things? I mean, you kind of poured water on our hopes this morning when you said that, well, when you see a new project, likelihood is that it is feeding somebody's pocket, at least in this current dispensation, that people will bring up these new projects so that they have an opportunity to build, construct, and earn something. It has very little to do with what the nation needs economically for a target. But then there's still something that can be done. You know, what are those blocks that need to be filled? Where should we be going?
I think in terms of what needs to be done, this is very well-known fact, because Kenya, we don't need new papers, we don't need new research. Everything that needs to be done is there. It's just about, as you said, implementing it fast. Is crowding out of businesses, local private businesses, when the government is borrowing every single coin from the market, then the private investors and business do not get money from the banks. The banks prefer government. Government can even print money to repay them. Government will not default. And when you do that, then the private business can't even create jobs. So the government has to look at alternative ways of raising money. And it should not just be fully in the market. Then the pending bills. The pending bills are Kenyans or businesses that took loans and carried out businesses, services or delivered goods to the government. Be it that they delivered furniture to schools, delivered medicine to KEMSA or whatever, and they've not been paid, about 700 plus billion shillings. And when those people are not being paid, that's how you're seeing them being auctioned. That's why you're seeing public trusts going down in government, and of course jobs cannot be created. So the government has to do whatever it needs to for them to repay that. I remember last time, about a few months ago, the Minister for Finance, the CS, spoke and said that the 400 billion that was owed to people from 10 million shillings and below, which brings in even youth and PWDs who've done business with government, will be paid before December. Of course, December came and December went, and the 400 billion was not paid. Actually, the only people who were paid were the road contractors through the securitization, which again was more borrowing by government, because 7 shillings from the road levy fund for the next 10 years has now been securitized into the money that was paid to them. Then thirdly, it's really just cutting wastes, because the waste and theft, plunder, corruption is all budgeted for and funded. And we have to find a way to actually cut that waste. Plans have been there. If it's about the recurrent expenditure, ghost workers, all those things, it's all clear on what actually needs to be done to cut waste. Prosecuting corruption. Cases. This term, which we are going now to 5 years, we've only seen 3 people prosecuted for corruption. One is Waitito for 25 million shillings. I think we not necessarily prosecuted, but you saw the governor for Natembea being taken to courts for 4 million shillings. And yet I think we lose 2 billion shillings a day. So when you take somebody for 4 million and
it's 3B now.
It's 3 billion per day. So again, we have to be firm, and there has to, and then making debt productive. Whatever money is, because as we are saying, return on investment. Nobody has an issue with borrowing. As long as the money, you can see where the money is going. But if you can't see where the money goes, and we're just borrowing and borrowing and borrowing, then and the president, when he came, when he was campaigning and we were with him under Kenya Kwanza, he talked about reducing borrowing. At that time we were borrowing about 600-700 billion. Now local borrowing alone is 1.1 trillion. So we've moved from 8 trillion when he came into power. Now we are 12.4 trillion. So that has added us about 4.4.
Can you see what has been done with it? Because we're looking about 2 trillion shillings.
It's paying debt.
4.
So 4 trillion shillings
additional.
About
if it's paying debt,
half of that budget is paying debt.
But We know
the
that
expansion in the budget.
What we're saying is, but we know that is unconstitutional, so then it is illegal.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Because what we're saying here, and that's why the ODS debt question comes into play.
Yes.
Because we know that only in 2 instances can you borrow. You can borrow for development, or you can borrow in the short term to meet a budget deficit of 90 days only. Now, if you cannot find in the economy 4 trillion shillings, and I'm just saying, I'm not even talking about the 12.4 trillion. If you cannot see, because I reckon that if you put 4 trillion shillings into Kenya's economy today, you'd see it, you'd feel it. True. Maybe not in 6 months, but you would feel it. You would say this is as a result of money that was put into the economy. But like Njeri was saying, it's gone off to pay debts. So we have this cycle. We have this cycle. So the question then becomes, if you're already on this hamster on a wheel kind of thing, where you're borrowing from Peter to pay Paul, where does this development agenda for the economy that we are talking about actually ever have a chance of playing out?
Allow me to intercept that question, because I think Irung'u has already diagnosed that problem as budgeted corruption and interest, failure to discipline yourselves in the lack of fiscal discipline vis-a-vis Vision 2030. And I'd like to ask an adjoining question to that, because it's about new opportunities to steal. And you mentioned very interestingly McKinsey and the Big Four. McKinsey were also the contractors and advisors, I believe, on Vision 2030. At the time they put together this eminent panel who came and advised Kenya. The vision wasn't perfect, but it was a 30-year, a 30-year long-term vision to move away from short-term visions. And so, of course, lack of political interest, we move back into big project culture. But I don't even want to talk about that. I want to talk about something that the IMF said, because the IMF has produced this report where they've done an audit of corruption in Kenya. And I haven't managed to see the report, but some of what I saw in the media is they were looking at illicit financial flows, and they were also looking at illegal tax expenditures, the exemptions that are given. And they were valuing this at around, I think, some 300 B being lost annually. They then talked about Kenya as a market access country, which struck me, that Kenya has positioned itself out there as a country that is attracting this kind of blended finance, So it seems that there is budgeted corruption, but there is also an intention by government to continue borrowing through the issuance of these kind of bonds, attracting this kind of very corporate finance. And we are seeing PPPs all across the board. So my question becomes, how is Kenya's present financing model undermining us, and where should the money come? Assume we were able to seal the loopholes. What is the cost of us going this blended finance, de-risking, securitization approach, which is very complicated? And I believe many members of parliament, members of the public don't even understand this conversation, let alone county assembly. So what is this market access country? And what does it mean when you have a political economy that's steeped in corruption?
As you said, because all those different ways of raising money is probably where government is saying, okay, we have to keep raising money, but we've been told that we can't raise all of it from local. So what do we do? Let's get it from different models. But then when that money is borrowed and not used, then we are robbing the future, because now you've even gone, like, for example, the securitization for the next 10 years. That road that was to be tolled or repaired with the 7 shillings to be collected 7 years from now, will not get the 7 shillings because that money has already been taken this year. And I think that's the biggest challenge. The IMF is I was looking at even in today's papers where they're saying they have not released the $750 million dollars that they were going to give to the countries because of all these questions that remain unanswered.
Plus the conditions that they set for certain,
Exactly.
Corruption.
Yes, it's really corruption question and value for money for the Kenyans. So even when you're talking about PPPs can work. Of course, they've worked for power. For the IPPs that we have, quite a number of them, and they are working. They can work for. They've worked for the expressway, which we are enjoying, and they'll certainly the Mau Summit road is also on PPP, and I believe that I hope that it will work because the new administration cancelled the old tender and gave a cheaper one for 100 billion more. Than the one that had already been put in place because they just had to. So I think it's really a question of, it's not even about how much money we are borrowing. Yeah. It's about what is the money going to? And do we have enough the oversight authorities and bodies, are they able to actually speak for Kenyans? Because as you're talking about, we've seen the Privatization Act that was passed last year, October. And the Privatization Act, one of the clauses and how it moved away from the one that was repealed or replaced by it was that any proceeds for privatization should go into the consolidated fund. Previously, the Treasury Minister was able to create special purpose vehicles for the money from privatization to go into. But as soon as that, even before the ink was dry on the Privatization Act, the Infrastructure Fund had been brought in. And the Infrastructure Fund was now to collect proceeds from privatization, which was supposed to go into the consolidated fund. And as soon as that happened, and people complained, there was public outcry on how was this created, the executive backpedaled and created a bill and took it to Parliament, and of course Parliament was told that now this is just
stamp the rubber,
stamp it, and proceed, and they did, and the Infrastructure Fund was there now to collect money from KPC, money from Safaricom, and others that will be coming in. But what's the problem? Is accountability. Is the Minister for Finance who's the one who's in charge of it, who appoints all the most of the board members. They are the ones then who decide how the money will be used. It's not necessarily fully visible to Parliament, and I'm just saying that because I'm hoping that in future we'll have a Parliament legislature that will actually be accountable to the people. So even then the Parliament can't see that. So I think there are so many of these the different structures that are being brought along to reduce accountability. And that
and I think
exactly.
And I think even as we talk about accountability, it is a problem because recently the Cabinet Secretary Treasury was at the doors, at the boardrooms of IMF, and one of the things they're told is go back and look at your debt registry because it is not clean. Some of the issues that were raised includes the pending bills, that do exist, securitization, as you've stated, it is another way of borrowing, And as we talk about all these, then one asks the question, where do Mwananchi come to help address this? Or are we just at the short end of the stick, just being battered every other day? And that as well, political goodwill in handling that. Does it exist? And if it does not, how then must we, moving into 2027, change that and ask difficult questions before casting our ballot?
I think Mwananchi's role has been made very clear. It's to just pay taxes. Pay taxes, pay whatever you are told to pay, and keep quiet. That's Mwananchi's role. Every supplementary budget you've seen has had additional funding to State House. We've seen about 90 billion, as we were seeing the other day, that has been spent over 4 years versus the similar amount that was spent by Uhuru for 10 years. We've seen the budget for State House move from 4 billion shillings per year to now it's about 16 billion or thereabouts, and we expect the next supplementary will still be there for a few more billions to State House. At the same time, we're still seeing children going to school in the world classes and all of that. So I think, and that's why these, like the World Bank and the others, while of course saying we will work with Kenya because Kenya goes beyond a single administration. So even if you borrow today, there's some other guy who will be there in 5 years or 10 years, and that guy will have to be the one to repay because the debt is not tied to a specific administration of presidency. It will still be paid regardless, and that's why you find that they will still continue to lend to us. But even for them, I think they are looking at the accountability issue. Even them, they will be held accountable. How is it that you lent?
Absolutely, and then got involved in some of these processes. Why did you continue lending?
Exactly.
But then I also asked the question that we seem to be flirting with the idea of actually stopping this bleed, as opposed to just dealing with it. Can you have a hard stop to some of these things? I think maybe one of the presidents that Kenya has seen that actually did that was Kibaki, when he came in and he said, stop, we are not borrowing right now. With what we have, we are going to do what we can at the moment. And does Kenya actually need, I mean, all these other things notwithstanding, does Kenya actually need to borrow at the rate at which it's borrowing for a lot of these things to happen? I mean, they're not happening anyway.
Yeah.
It's borrowing to pay back loans. Do you need to borrow to send children to school? It might interest you to know that the second term of the school year begins today, tomorrow, and that there are schools who receive capitation, or in this case don't, on time, that have increased school fees by 100% in the second term. True story. Or that this SHA thing that everybody's crying about, civil servants rejecting SHA because there's not enough, and it's understandable that in order to have a social health system, you need to contribute. And I actually am behind that model. You need to pull together these resources. But then we have women who are giving birth 10 times a year, according to the system. We have people who are having open heart surgery 4 times a day. You see where the corruption that you talk about comes into play? So is it possible to have a hard stop to some of these things? It's been done before. Is that model applicable in Kenya, where we say, okay, everybody, stop, let's regroup on some of these things?
Yeah, that model is called zero-based budgeting.
Okay.
Which is at the end of the year, when you're starting your budget process, you're asking yourself, what are all these things? Let's not budget for them based on last year's budget. Let's budget for them from zero. Yeah. So is there budget for the elderly and whatever? How many are there? Like IMF is asking, for example, who are these orphans who are being given this money? Do we have a new list? Do we know how many are still alive? How many are dead? How many are started businesses? They've how many successful? Have been successful, moved out of that whatever. So zero-based budgeting we've been talking about it for so long. Even when I was in planning, we were saying we are doing zero-based budgeting. But the budget goes up every year. Yeah. So if an MDA was getting 4 billion this year, their target is to get 4.5 billion next year. Yeah. It's not to account for the 4 billion that they received this year. And seeing that the bamboo project we started in the Mau did not work. So we will not do it again with it, finance it again. But they're saying we got 100 million for the bamboo. Now we need 150 million for the bamboo farming in whatever. So the government has actually to push for the zero-based budget.
Is a moratorium possible on development projects?
It is, but again, as we are saying, there is no development that is happening, and those projects are not there.
It won't help. It's not the problem.
It's not the problem, because actually we are borrowing to pay for recurrent, which actually is against the PFM Act. Yes. Yeah, because PFM, as she said, is supposed to only borrow for development spending, and if it's at fixed short-term deficit on recurrent. But now we are borrowing long-term for actually recurrent expenditure. So I think there is serious need for discipline, both fiscal discipline as well as the budget and prioritization discipline. And without that, then we are in for a very Kenya. We are not defaulting yet. but even the journey to default is very painful.
We also note that with all the good advice you've given us today, you lost your job.
Yes.
So the problem kind of starts there. That people who speak
people
truth.
don't like it when you say no. Don't like it when you have a different opinion, or when you have an opinion, and when you stick to what you believe in. And unfortunately, for some of us, we won't change.
I understand you also advise boards.
Yes.
And boards have that tendency of not speaking up.
They don't speak up.
Yeah.
They're afraid that I once was called and I was told, you do this, otherwise we'll disband your board. And I said, unfortunately, even if you disband the board, the next board that will come will still have a problem.
There you go. Open our eyes to certain realities this morning. We want to thank you for being here with us this morning. Irung'u Nyakera, former PS Planning. Looking at the state of the economy, it seems like there's a lot to do, but also seems that it's really easy if you just decide to do it.
Yes.
Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
And for opening our minds to those insights. Asante Sana.
Asante.
Good morning, 8 a.m.
Life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. The National Transport and Safety Authority has announced the intensification of its nationwide road safety campaign operation Watoto Wafike Salama as schools reopen across the country, urging operators to present school transport vehicles for inspection. In a statement, NTSA said the operation will be stepped up to enhance the safety of school-going children during the back-to-school period. The authority said the renewed phase will see multi-agency teams increasing road safety compliance checks on major roads and school transport routes nationwide. As part of the operation, NTSA last week directed school administrators to ensure all school transport vehicles are roadworthy and comply with the safety regulations as schools reopen. The authority also urged schools to hire qualified drivers, ensure buses are fitted with functional seat belts and speed limiters, and maintain close supervision to promote discipline on the road. With a day left to end the second enhanced continuous voter registration, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission has issued a final appeal to eligible voters. IBC commenced this exercise on September last year, targeting 6.3 million new voters across the nation. The commission has ruled out extending the ongoing ECVR exercise beyond the April 28th deadline, underscoring the importance of meeting the set guidelines, or timelines rather. This event comes as the registration is expected to continue at all 57 Huduma centers across the nation for those who wouldn't have registered by the end of the exercise. Linda Ground leaders have accused their Linda Mwananchi counterparts of allegedly violating ODM's values. According to the leaders, although the party has a strong democracy, there is a need to show maturity and discipline in the party. Buru Ginga is the ODM leader.
Those who want to pull us backwards, we tell them, things will not fall apart. And ODM, as all of you know, that we have some disciplinary issues are within us, because we believe that political party is like a club. It must have some discipline. And democracy itself does not mean chaos. Democracy means order.
And moving on is that ODM National Chairperson Gladys Wanga, on her part, has continued to insist that the party is pushing for equality at the negotiating table with the UDA party.
Tukiingia katika mazungumzo, tutaingia kama equal partners. Na vitu vikiwekwa kwa meza, itakuwa ni 50-50. Wale wakiwa na rais, ODM itakuwa na deputy president. Na sisi tukipata hiyo, tutaingia kwa kona kama wanachungwa. Joe anatosha, toshi! Tutaingia pale, tuzungumze kama wanachungwa. Na tuseme, tuko na waziri namna hii, tuko na deputy president, chungwa yote itatembea namna gani?
Storms are brewing within ODM after the Linda Mwananchi group announced that it would field its presidential candidate in 2027, a move that clearly reveals deep cracks within the party. The announcement was made at the group's meeting held yesterday in Kisumu, signaling a major shift in ODM politics.
Chama cha ODM kiko na katiba inasema tuitishe uchaguzi, Mheshimiwa James Orengo ajitangaze aseme anasimama kiti ya party leader. Tukutane na huyo Oburu. Mnaona nani atashinda hapo? Nani atashinda? Orengo ama Oburu? Party leader Marwa kuja. Nimetangazwa rasmi kama acting party leader ya ODM. Wangapi umekubali?
Wakaanza kufanya mikutano ya chama ndani ya Ikulu. Sasa ati chama ya ODM ni chama ambayo inaongozwa kwa Ikulu. Wakatoka pale wakasema kwamba ati hao wataki kiti ya president, ati hao wanataka power.
And that's the news wire. I'm Leah Obaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Members of parliament, they go to set house, they just promised they get given tea, mandazi, and 100,000. That's not development.
External borrowing, 589 billion. Are we on the same page? What did parliament pass?
If anything happened to our president today, God forbid, that man would become president. Na ndio alilenga hizo stories za Shakahola.
The real thing is our constitution has only one person who is accountable to us.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
I am also a publicly elected official. Okay. My salary is paid by your taxes.
Yes.
So if you need me to answer questions, we will not run away from you.
Asante,
we will always be here.
The government itself is engaging in corrupt practices. That the government itself deliberately schemes to influence through bribery members of parliament.
You pay for a passport online. Alafu you're told there are no booklets.
I rebuke matters corruption because corruption has brought this country to its knees.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Every time he kept on saying he wants a vibrant opposition.
How does it make sense that public money has been used for anything and then they dare to sell it back to you? Why are they not giving them for free?
That's how broken we are. That's how broken we are.
They are being sent home now for fees. They are going to fail to prepare. We are compromising the futures of these children.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord. It shouldn't be like that.
I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning to you. 10 minutes after 8 o'clock, and the Situation Room continues into the third hour on this Monday, the 28th of 20. Did I go ahead? I'm just wanting to finish the month. 27th. I was right the first
24
time.
hours, but it's okay.
Oh,
okay.
You're ahead of your time.
It's better to be ahead than to be behind.
Oh, but I'm ahead of my time, guys. Progressives. It's the 20-somethings of April. That should do. So long as we're awake.
Either that or your bank account is whispering.
My dear, it's shouting. Right. So, of course, you're hearing the voices, and we're getting into a conversation around the PBO deadline. And if you're going to ask yourself, what is the PBO? It's the Public Benefit Organization Bill Act, essentially what we're looking at. We're going to go into the details and why that's important this morning. But for us to be able to have that conversation, two folks join us today. Faith Kisinga-Gitonga is an advisor enabling environment for non-profit organizations in the hot seat this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to the Situation Room.
Thank you.
It's going to be an interesting conversation. For people who didn't even know what this was in the first place and how it affects you, we probably have the best minds to talk about that conversation. You've heard him as well, the second Irung'u for the day.
Yes, this one from Dagoretti North. That one is from Muranga. But there are many of us. You know, there's 65,000 Irung'us in this country.
There are not.
I counted them.
Should I be a bit worried that you counted them?
No, this is from the census or whatever. It is the registration of births.
So one of the 65,000 Irung'us is here this morning.
Thank you.
Irung'u Houghton is the Executive Director of Amnesty International Kenya, and he's here with us this morning as well. Karibuni sana both. As we get into this, Dennis has gone to Equatorial Guinea.
Yes.
This morning he has some fun facts about that country.
So the president has been in office for 47 years. I wasn't a plan. Yes.
It wasn't even a plan.
It wasn't even a plan.
It wasn't even a date.
You know. But as we talk about that, there's a country that is rich in resources, oil deposits, right? But it's another African story. You know, we have all this, but it goes outside, then we buy finished product. But it's looked at, see if they have a strong economic potential if they work on it and they invest back to the people. But let's go to the proverb. When the roots are deep, there is no reason to fear wind. When the roots are deep, there is no reason to fear wind. Ladies, go first. How would you interpret it?
When the roots are deep, there is no reason
to fear wind.
To fear wind. A very important analogy. If you're well grounded, whether in values or in terms of identity, then whatever kind of crisis comes your way in terms of, the environment or in terms of occurrences, events, then you really can stand strong and you will remain resilient. There are those events where, there's somebody who did an experiment some years back, and they tried to grow things in space, and one of the things that they found out is that the lack of wind led to the trees not faring. The plants not faring very well, especially the trees, only to discover that it was the lack of wind was what led to that very poor growth. And yet we usually fear wind and crises, and yet they are necessary for us to really strengthen and to be able to then face other crises in an even better.
Do is shaking her head like profound. It has exceeded the proverb.
Irung'u, how would you
So I can really build on what Faith was saying. So I think it's 3-4 weeks ago, Too Early for the Birds took place. 4,000 Kenyans watched the tribute to Wangari Maathai. And I was present then to the power of Wangare's, I guess, both courage but also her foresight. And she would say that, when you plant a tree, you start by preparing the ground. And I think the same point, which is if the ground is prepared well, the tree will flourish and the wind will not cause a problem. I think the same thing with this law that we're about to talk about. The PBO Act essentially is a legal framework that if it is nurtured, if it is supported, it will withstand the winds, not just of the 2027 elections, but I think as we go through for the next decade or couple of decades, because there are some very strong winds affecting the non-governmental organizations community, or as we say, the civil society, or as we now say, the public benefits organizations.
Right. Public benefit organizations, of course, we're asking questions this morning in terms of, what next for national civil society? Where is that space? Is it a space that's reducing, or is it a space that has the potential to increase? Both of you have done some significant work in terms of protecting that space over time. I mean, it's been a long journey in just trying to ensure that you have someone aside government who is going to work on a particular area to ensure that the things of constitutionalism are protected. So let's start off with that, really. I guess from a space where we're asking the question, has the space shrunk beyond salvation? Or are we saying that there's still something that can be done through this PBO Act today? Where are we seeing that space now is restoring? We'll start off with you.
Can I, with all due respect, allow me to send some flowers?
Okay, send them quickly so that we can hear.
Yes, Irung'u has been in this struggle. Indeed, it has been a long journey. As far back as the 1990s, he engaged with others, engaged the Moi Kanu State on the National Coordination Act of the 1990s. With others, he stopped 5 sets of draconian amendments to the same act in the 2014 to 2017 period, and with others lobbied for this particular act. Faith, for her part, is a seasoned legal policy expert who, from the inception of the bill, engaged and advised civil society regulatory agencies on the legislation affecting CSOs. She's a published author who works on civil society law and has a handbook on the PBO Act, Know Your Rights as a CSO. And she continues to support civil society organizations for compliance around the PBO. So the people we have in the room really have walked this journey. They've supported this journey. They have a lot to give us. I just wanted to put those flowers out there. Yes, so that we know why the discussion has been already elevated at the proverb level, even before we started.
Begin.
And no bias on my part. Sorry, Ndu, back to you.
So I guess you can go ahead with that. So we'll start with you, Faith.
Okay. So has the space shrunk? The whole term of shrinking space has been with us now for so many years. So you wonder, has it been shrinking all the while, or has it always been shrinking? Is it closed now completely? We have a constitution that was meant to open the space. We have this PBO Act that was even meant to open it even much further, and yet was not commenced, at least for 12 years. So now, with the announcement of the commencement, and even as we have regulations that have even been passed to ensure now its implementation, the whole hope that the space now will begin to open further is definitely there within the sector. I can say that at least since 2013, the space has been considerably shrinking. We've seen a lot of activities towards at least bringing about amendments to what was touted all over the world as a very progressive law for civil society, and with not a year had even passed after the PBO Act had been signed into law, that we actually saw an amendment bill that was proposing amendments to this act. So by October, when the law was signed in January, we were beginning to see a raft of amendments, most of them targeting funding to the sector, and even expanding the space for the executive on the regulatory body of the PBO regulator. And so this definitely began to send signals that civil society needs to tone down, that they're taking up too much space and they're being viewed as a threat. And so suddenly, from that time onwards, it was very clear to civil society that the mistrust that had existed before between them and the state had now again erupted, and that they were not going to be comfortable coexisting anymore. And so from that time, there has been a lot of talk about the shrinking space, and it has been evident even through the engagement between the two sectors that what they had dreamt about and put into the PBO Act was not going to be realized that easily. And so now, as we even head into implementation of the Act, we're just hoping that now we're going to begin to see signs of that space beginning to open up.
Irung'u, what are some of the drivers of this Act that essentially would change some of these factors that Faith brings up? What is in the Act, essentially?
So the act, which I have to say is quite it's quite a unique act in the sense that it was passed, it was assented. I think, as Faith has said, immediately there was resistance to it. Right. So over the 2010s, there was a period between 2014, particularly to 2017, where the state tried to amend the NGO Coordination Act and refused to bring in the PBO Act for like 4 to 5 years. 900 non-governmental organizations were arbitrarily deregistered, including some of the most well-known human rights organizations like the Kenya Human Rights Commission. You saw attempts to try and shift funding from the sector. Like 85% of the funding that would come into the sector by law through this amendment was destined to head back to the state. And it's only because because governance and human rights organizations and health organizations, if I remember, particularly fought back against this act. So it's within that context that I think the PBO Act needs to be looked at. There are a number of important developments. One is, for example, around the idea that public benefits organizations, and the term is quite a simple one, is that any institution that produces public benefits or benefits for the public is a public benefits organization. So if you think about the raft of organizations, you've got trusts and foundations, you've got community-based organizations, you've got a whole range of international and national non-governmental organizations. All of that now fall within the public benefits organizations framework. So the first thing is that it's created a singular framework for all these institutions, first of all, to provide services. And in this context, advocacy is a service, right? I mean, this is the other thing I think that's exciting about the Act. But the other point about it is that if you're receiving public funding, either from individuals or from governments, you have a higher level of integrity and a level of obligation to manage that money well.
Right.
I remember back in 1994 with the now she's on the Supreme Court, Joking Dungu. We arbitrated between an NGO of directors, and the executive director had decided that it was a good idea for the NGO to be paying rent to one of his properties. Of course, right? And the board was was up in an uproar. There was a massive breakdown, and we actually had to mediate and explain that it is not acceptable for public money to go into private hands, even if you're the executive director, particularly because you're the executive director. So I think the conflict of interest principles within the PBO Act are really important. The second one is it's framed within the freedom of association. And this idea that Article 36 says that everybody has the right to associate, and that association is independent of political patronage. And maybe the last one that I would probably bring in is that the processes of registration, whether it be the name or the organization itself or the management of the organization or the dissolution of the organization, that cannot be subject to arbitrary decisions by state administrators. It has to be subject to the right to be heard, the right to reply, and even there is now within this act that wasn't there before a tribunal. So you can actually, within 30 days, request for an independent assessment of whether an action that's being taken against you should be taken against you. And I think that these are the core functions of the act. The other one I think that's important, particularly in this era now, and we've just, as Amnesty International, published our human rights report. One of the things we found there was that international funding for non-governmental organizations has begun to shrink dramatically. So you're talking about shrinking civil space. The more dangerous thing is shrinking funding. And there what the PBO Act does is it creates at least two channels of funding for this sector. The first is an international solidarity. So it creates a framework for international donors, philanthropic organizations, individuals to contribute. But the other thing it does is it allows and it begins to start a very important conversation that Kenyans need to have, which is that, much of the work that civil society organizations do must be funded by Kenyans first and foremost, because that builds the accountability, it builds the predictability of the funding, and that's why this act is so important, because there's a whole schedule that talks about support for people who want to give to the sector as opposed to only giving in the form of taxes. Now the question is, the law is great, implementation is the most important thing.
And I think as we talk about the law, right, we look at this act right now as not just being completely illegal. Politics as well plays into it, and with that then we have two factors that we have to consider. So there is the opportunities that come with that and the risks that are involved. So as we look at this bill and its implementation and the political class and how they would want to jump on this or to make it difficult in the implementation phase, what are we looking at, and what are some of the stopgap measures that we have to deal with that when they do come? Because remember, we are headed into 2027, and these definitely will come up. So some of the stopgap measures that perhaps the PBOs are preparing themselves to deal with.
Yeah, so stopgap measures, definitely there are some key risks. And one, we could actually look at the whole issue of self-regulation, which has been embedded in the Act, being one of those elements that can actually be used to safeguard the sector from external interference. If you look at the history of the NGO sector, in around from about 2003, 2004 onwards, about the time when we had a split of the NGO Council, up till today, the NGO Council has never really recovered. We've had claims and even evidence that there had been quite a bit of interference with the leadership of the council, and to a large extent, the trust that the sector had with the council was completely lost. Most of the time, there were claims that it was political interference. And so being able to come up with self-regulation body, or even a representative body that at least is guarded against that kind of interference was one of the reasons why the revision of the NGO Coordination Act actually settled for, at the very beginning, a kind of self-regulation framework that had quite diverse self-regulation bodies, so that we were not looking at just one body that could be infiltrated, but at least several that represented the interests of the sector and ensured that at least that was more effective at the grassroots level. But later on, with a lot of, I'd say, inclusion of different provisions, we ended up with now a national federation of PBOs, which now is also beginning to face quite a bit of, I'd say, challenges, because what has happened is that the NGO Council has actually insisted that they will now continue on as the new federation or the new self-regulation body. And this definitely is going to be a bone of contention to the sector, because they feel that they need to come up with a new body, and the Act actually envisaged a new body that would protect the sector and ensure coordination, accountability, transparency through self-regulation. So if we do not carefully come up with this body or carefully ensure that it is established in a way that the whole sector will have trust in it, then we might be headed back the same way in terms of the problems we had with self-regulation. The other issue is independence of the regulator or the authority, which definitely was taken care of by ensuring that the way it is established in the Act will ensure that it is safeguarded from any political interference. So again, as we head into implementation, the questions that have been raised around the independence and the way this regulatory authority is run and established will need to be really taken care of. Throughout, we have definitely seen that politics plays a very important role in the civic space expansion or shrinking. From 1990 all the way up till today, it has been a key factor in ensuring that that space is either enjoyed or problematic. We cannot ignore it.
Right, so there are lots of advantages. I think this is a critical milestone. This is a process that civil society has really shepherded, contributed to, and negotiated around. Now that it's here, and we are in a contentious time with possibly quite a government. Let's talk about an increasingly surveillance state, a state that's very sensitive about the forthcoming elections and about its own legitimacy and ability to continue. What's the prognosis for the PBO Act in this context? Because if I was sitting in a certain seat, I'd be thinking, I don't really want a strong civil society. It needs to bend to my will, and we'd prefer to have civil society that does service delivery. So there's an act. We know implementation of law is a problem in this context. We know there's a problem with. So what is the reality, and how, you've talked about risks. I think I'm talking about how do we implement, because civil society are transiting. I think the deadline is this coming month. So we are now going to be under the PBO Act. What is the prognosis for the Act coming into force and these ambitions being realized?
I mean, I think it's useful, first of all, to just put in context what is the sector, right? So the NGO sector, at the moment we don't have reliable figures on public benefits organizations generally, because there are too many regimes and too many organizations that are not being documented well. And this is part of the power of the PBO Act, and it's also the danger when it comes to the mass surveillance and abusive executive office. But what we know from the NGO sector is that something like 9,000 out of 14,000 NGOs are still very active. and they produce something like about 246 billion shillings in revenue every year. That's an employment, bracket of about 70,000 Kenyans. Much of the funding goes into health and into, responding to displacement, forced migration, and conflict-related issues. And of course, much of it is anti-poverty. The governance sector and the human rights sector is actually very small, right, financially. And also in terms of numerically, the number of organizations, at least according to last year's 2025 bill. So I think this is the context that we are kind of always thinking about. The dangers of political capture are real. Right, they are somewhat. The PBO Act is a better act to fight against political capture than the NGO Coordination Act, the act that we are migrating from, because that was a one-party state act. It did not essentially put in any safeguards. And I've mentioned the tribunal. I've mentioned the independent. Faith has mentioned the independent PBO authority. So there are a number of levers within the act that actually prohibit political capture, and it's really important that the political elites and the authoritarians that seem to traverse our state offices, that they must step back and allow this sector to be able to breathe and to do what it does best, which is to hold the state accountable and to also create civic education. I remember, over the last two elections, 2017 and 2022, having very intense conversations with senior officers from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs when they had essentially issued note verbals to the donor community just before the elections, that the donor community must not fund civic education, and they must not fund civic education by NGOs or by the IABC. And the dangers were clear to me back then, which is essentially if you have a populace that is not educated on its rights or its ability to vote and has no inspiration from the political class, they will exit the exercise we call elections.
Right.
And what you will have is a disenfranchisement of large numbers of young people who are extremely powerful, potentially. Now, what we saw break out in the streets in 2024 and 2025 was a young population whose patience had just snapped. Now, the same thing could happen as we go into these elections. If the state tries to control our right to funding and our right to seek funding from wherever it is, we have an obligation to report. That is acceptable. But the state does not have the right to block us from accessing either international finance or local finance.
Can I ask that, just on that point, that before an in this case a PBO comes into operation in country, that there are already there are prerequisites towards establishment. Is there an understanding between host nation in this case and these PBOs about what you can and or cannot do?
Yeah, it's very clear.
It's clear.
In a code of conduct.
All right.
It's all very clear.
So on what premise then would a state, from MOFA in this case, be able to tell PBO
or a donor
or a donor that you cannot engage in civic education, for example?
Yeah.
And is it outside of the confines of the agreement?
It is. I mean, it's unlawful. It's not just unconstitutional, but it is also against international human rights practice.
Okay.
So it is only authoritarian states that go in that direction. I think we have, unfortunately, a couple on our borders. Let me just speak about the sovereignty bill in Uganda. One of the most idiotic legal frameworks that's come out of Uganda in the last 40 years. I mean, the anti-homosexuality bill was pretty bad. This one turns a number of Ugandans into foreigners. I mean, literally, if you are a family member who receives money from your diasporan nephew or niece, you could be classified as a foreigner because you're receiving foreign funding. And the danger that we're seeing now with Uganda, and I think, if the parliament continues to debate it and actually pass the bill, what you might have is something like $9 billion be removed from inflows to Uganda, either in terms of remittances or in terms of international finance or in terms of of development financing. And I think that's the thing that the Kenyan administrators need to be very clear about, is that when you start to put difficulties in a sector that is worth 246 billion shillings, what you're doing is essentially denying the country revenue. What you're doing is reducing the capacity for this sector to employ Kenyans. 70,000 Kenyans are recruited and employed by this sector. And I think that's sometimes forgotten. As the, I guess the politicos, if I can call it this, as the politicos think about their survival and their inability to inspire Kenyans to come out and vote for them, they tend to go in the authoritarian direction.
Right.
And I think it is a self-defeating measure, as we will see in Uganda.
You know, as you say that, Irung'u, it takes me back to, was it 2014?
Yeah.
When I think you made the same appeal.
Yeah.
The sector may have been a bit larger in terms of numbers. Maybe the GDP contribution was a bit smaller. But at that point, it was the now governor,
Anwaiguru,
Minister of Devolution, and the freeze, and I think you alluded to that in your opening statement, there was a freeze on funding to civil society. Is there an attempt to drive civil society into more development approaches and away from holding power to account? And maybe the way I can ask that question is, what kind of civil society does the bill envisage? Because there's also declining funding. There's also, this kind of rewriting the rules of multilaterally or of the international order. So what type of civil society should we then be looking towards? And what kind of state support or state conduct is expected around that? And I think even the private sector is now coming into this. So where are we going? We have an act. We have a government, we can see its intentions. The civil society sector, I believe, will continue to fight. But where are we going? Yeah.
That's such an easy question. I'm going to ask Faith to go first.
Well done.
Irung'u.
That's a big one.
Wow.
Almost in the realm of prophecies.
I was looking towards you thinking, he's got it.
Faith, we'll call you prophetess Faith.
Oh my goodness. Because Shiro asked, I think I will try and attempt to answer it. This whole issue of whether NGOs or PBOs are now being pushed towards delivery, we have seen over the years that seems to be the area that the government seems to be more comfortable with them playing a role in. Even the amendments that were pushed in 2013, 2014, had a kind of sense that, we were trying to copy what we were seeing in the region, where there were laws that tried to decrease funding that was headed towards organizations doing advocacy and human rights work. So in Ethiopia, we had the Proclamation of Charities regulation that actually said that if you receive more than 10% of your funding from external donors, then you should not or should desist from doing human rights and democracy rights-related work. And so, very soon after that, and that was in 2009. So for us now coming in 2013, we were really just borrowing a leaf from what was happening in the neighborhood. And so when our amendments were actually saying that you cannot get more than 15% of your funding from external donors, and that you needed to get approval from the Minister of Finance if indeed you wanted to do work that indeed you needed funding that was coming from external donors, and that they would determine whether you could actually increase that threshold of external funding depending on what they viewed to be their own reasons, really. The term used, and I think which was very broad, was legitimate and compelling reasons, which could be anything according to them. But I remember the meeting we had, we actually had a meeting at the Ministry of Devolution. The sector was trying to push against these amendments. And one of the things I remember listening to the then Minister for Devolution at that time telling us was that you don't need to worry, the amendments actually will be looking to see how that threshold, especially for organizations doing work around health, education, and other organizations, can actually be improved. So basically saying that the discretion will be there for the administration to decide or determine who will be eligible to external funding. And but as far as we are concerned, where we feel you're not eligible, then we might even shrink it further. So that push definitely came at that point. But if you look back historically, even to the 1990s, when we had the NGO coordination bill passed, part of the proposals then were that funding would come through the government from external donors before it's then extended to NGOs or PBOs. So that idea of how do we then control this funding so that these actors who are now increasingly becoming engaged in calls for reform or expansion of democracy are not as powerful as they are beginning to look, has always been there. And it's not changed. It just keeps morphing in terms of from more, overt actions to more subtle ways, so that now we are using the law, or we're using now self-regulation where you infiltrate the body, So different ways, but in which we are looking at how can we then control this sector.
And that right there, then, when you talk about funding Irung'u, there is also the role that Kenyans then have to play with the new act, where Kenyans then can be part and parcel of funding these PBOs in the country, so that at the end of the day, there is no government that would say someone from the United States is funding you to fight my government or for you to make it difficult for me. That Kenyans as well need to look at this act as something that will give them power in funding these organizations that speak for them, that want change to be pushed, because then again, that is what the PBOs have done for a very long time. But how do we then bring Kenyans to partake or to consume this information? Because it could be there in the act, but if Kenyans don't know about it, it does not help the case. So how do we rope in Kenyans to understand their role in this new act?
I think the scenario I think that's emerging for me is an interesting one. So if you take a long perspective, right? If you go back to the 1990s, this was the period of structural adjustment programs. The state was beginning to withdraw. Donor pressure was extremely high. Donor conditionality was very high, and services were essentially being depleted. And that's how NGOs became so powerful in the service delivery period. We then moved into a period where African governments declared that they were development states. So that's when the universal primary education was introduced, primary healthcare was attempted. There was vast investments in water and agriculture and things like that. So you had a decade of delivery, or I guess state development services. With the rising, debt challenges that states are having, and tremendous corruption and mismanagement, and the reluctance of states to provide enough civic space for people to be able to check corruption, either at the county levels or at the national levels, what you're seeing now essentially is going back to the 1990s in a broad sense. But of course, the difference is this is a digital nation, right? So you've got social media, you've got the use of different technologies that you can use now in different ways, including crowdfunding. So I think that's one scenario. The second scenario is that the state inevitably is going to shrink in terms of its ability to provide services. When you see the tendency towards privatization, selling the family jewels in order that the administration can survive another 5 to 10 years. That's essentially going back to the 1990s. These were the recommendations of the World Bank and IMF back in the 1990s. But I think the other thing you're going to start seeing is that civil society organizations or public benefits organizations are now going to become increasingly interested in developing relationships with citizens. Right, and I think that's where it gets more interesting. I do have it in some ways that the NGO, and this is different from the PBO, the NGO, this idea that you get funding from overseas, you spend it well, you report back, you ask for more funding, a bit like an ATM machine. That model has actually died, and that a new model has to be born. Or if I can use a word that my English teacher would hate, the late Dr. Pamela Kola, has to be birthed. I think that the challenge now is really thinking about, people's associations, mass associations, professional associations, neighborhood associations of people that come together and learn internal democracy by focusing on a particular issue and learning how to be responsible around that issue and around the resources that they have in common. And of course, the funding flows can be crowdfunding. Amnesty has increasingly now begun to see the power of membership, right? So our 1,600 members who give every year are now becoming a revenue stream that allows me to stop thinking about what are the donor fads. Right? We're now looking at merchandise. We're now looking at other ways in which you can cleverly work with money markets, so that the little money that you've got you can leverage domestically. But the one thing that I think the PBO authority and Dr. Laxmana, I'm sure, is watching us right now with his team. The one thing that I think we need to introduce is specific steps towards how do we get tax incentives built into the sector so that actually people can give. There's a short-sightedness, I think, with KRA, which is to tighten all the avenues for taxation, and you actually squeeze out the potential and the courage of people to want to give more. In fact, if anything, we're all looking for as many mattresses as possible. Not me personally. Just in case,
we trust you. We believe you.
And Amnesty, for that matter. Everybody's looking for mattresses to hide money. Right?
Yes.
And, this is just like a complete sabotage of this idea of a nation that actually, gives in order that the most marginalized get services. Right? So it's almost a counter, it's a defeating expert. So I think we're going to start seeing some interesting new models around crowdfunding. I'm still blown away by Hanifa Adan's raising of 34 million shillings in 1 month to pay hospital bills for Gen Z protesters who were hurt during that year. I think that's the beginning. TikTok fundraisers are now just massive. And just a word for the KRA people who are watching us. Please,
leave them alone.
Just leave them alone. It's not broken. Let them be. Let them create this culture. And 4 or 5 years from now, you will see the revenue from taxation begin to pick up. But if you crush it at this point, you're going to have to recruit staff in KRA, whose job it is called mattress searching.
Just in case.
That could even be a job description. Door-to-door mattress searcher.
Let me just tell KRA, in case I buy a new mattress, it's because I moved houses.
So interestingly enough, there's this gentleman, President Donald Trump, when he came into office the second time round, he had a thing to say about what we are calling PBOs. And we saw a massive withdrawal of funding under his, from his word, essentially. And that some of the things that he said over and over and over again is that the hard-earned taxes of the American people that go towards, still NGOs, aid development organizations, then could not be accounted for, right? And he said this. It was very clear that it came from many quarters, and as a result of that, they were going to pull back on that. That what you saw was that folks were giving their money men could not see where it went. That people would come here and they would drive the high-end vehicles and they would live in the mansions, but in terms of the effect on what it was supposed to then attain, that was not visible. And this is what he said. As a result of that, they were going to pull back on that. What kind of blight, if any, does it then have on what we are discussing today and, the crowdfunding that Irung'u talks about? Is it because of the dry taps on one side, or are we saying that there have to be more innovative ways to then be able to do this? And what did it actually do to the sector with that announcement and that effective withdrawal?
Yeah. Irung'u, why are you being around? Another easy question for you, Faith.
All the easy ones goes to you.
Yes. Yeah. I want to pick on Du's question about all of a sudden and say that this is something that the sector had been discussing for many years. The whole discussion of sustainability had always, they knew somewhere down the line something like this is going to happen, and so it's just like eventually it's coming, and then it happened. So it's not something that was very sudden in terms of them having had discussed it so often, but I guess the reality was that they needed something to happen for them to be forced into it.
The something was Trump?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
And that something was Trump. So the other thing that they also had been discussing at the same time was the how do they get the public to really understand what it is that they do and their role in society, so that they can then get the kind of support that you find NGOs and charitable organizations in the West getting. In fact, a lot more than 50%. Sometimes you get even nearly 60 to 70, 80% of funding or support to these non-profit organizations coming from individuals. And that's because they believe in what these organizations are doing. They are formed by citizens to actually push the things that are of importance to the citizens and to be a voice for these citizens. So how have we taken steps? How has the sector taken steps to ensure that the public resonates with the kind of work that they're doing, that they understand that it is actually, and that they understand that it is what they would like them to be doing. And it is not just coming from some donors' prerequisites, which has been the disconnection all along. That a lot of the public feels that what is being done by quite a number of NGOs is really tied to some conditions or some, I'd say, instructions coming from organizations that are based out there. Once we are able to see that very clear understanding and even connection between the public and NGOs or PBOs, then we can begin to see the kind of support we saw just last year, going into into all types of things that the public resonates very strongly with.
And there had been a collection. I remember, I think it was for Turkana. There was a food drive.
Kenyans for Kenyans.
Again, I think it was quite a huge amount in a very short time. So it is possible. And thank you for the very candid conversations, because really what you're saying is that the donor dependency and kind of this civil society have had too much of a donor gaze in their work that has weakened their legitimacy, representation to the community. We then have now the PBO Act, and from what you're saying is that this is a good opportunity for civil society, but by the same token, there are new civil societies who will not fall under this act, because I believe associations are registered separately, differently. Maybe as societies or other, and they are very important. You then have this Gen Z movement and TikTokers and all who are content creators in the private sector, and they are doing governance and they are advancing human rights discussions. So it really sounds like there's change happening, even beyond what the state imagines in their is it small mind or big mind to muzzle the sector? There's change happening. And the question still then comes, the point you're raising, Faith, is how do you build this culture among Kenyans to support these vital spaces of accountability, whether it's through association, whether it's through NGO funding or PBO funding. And are PBOs now becoming gatekeepers of a space? And might they be squeezing out the new civil societies? Is there going to be a competition? Or what does that look like? I'm playing a little bit of devil's advocate. Yeah. And I'm throwing that to Irung'u, who likes easy questions.
No, I think we need a steady vision, I think, at all levels. I think at the level of the state, I was comforted by the analysis by C.S. Murkomen, for example, when they, during the PBO week, when he said, let us not see a knee-jerk deregistration of hundreds of organizations, right? And I think he is learning the lesson that from the Anwaiguru period, right? That you actually just cause shocks to the system, and then the trust levels drop, and then people basically do not comply with the new laws. So I think that was kind of smart. Dr. Laxmana, who's in the PBO authority at the moment, I think one of the things that he needs to do is he needs to start the process of appointing these 15-member committee to oversee the transition, because I think that will introduce a bit of trust and faith in the process. Trust is hard in this environment, right? So even if you have good wish, you have the good intentions, the fact of the matter is we are prone, we are primed for conspiracy, and essentially we're a country of broken hearts, right? So we don't trust anybody, and we don't trust state, we don't trust civil society. Increasingly now, we don't trust the judiciary, and so on. So I think there is an obligation, I think, on a part of all of us to be able to create that. But I think coming back to the sector, I think for the NGOs, one of the things that they have to recognize is the energy that came out of the Gen Z movement over the last two years. For me, was a wake-up call. I mean, I met a 21-year-old content creator, and to be honest, the way she thinks about communications, narratives, and virility of messaging is light years ahead of many of the best NGOs doing this work. So I think we have to be humble, sit back and look at what the energies are from the from the nation, and be able to catch up in some ways, not muzzle. Right? I think that's the danger, and
Right.
I think that's an important one. I think the other point there is really reminding ourselves that the best part of non-governmental organizations was this idea that we were essentially a group of citizens who were trying to either protect, well, first of all, to create a new constitutional framework, and then secondly, to protect that and to expand it, right? So when it comes to things like civic freedoms, when it comes to socioeconomic rights, when it comes to identity rights, the idea that femicide is an abomination to our constitution and our moral conscience, and that we all need to be concerned about whether we are affected directly or not. I think that has to be the basis upon which we engage with the whole sector. Citizens, 56 million citizens, will always be more powerful than 9,000 non-governmental organizations.
Oh my
gosh.
gosh.
That's the reality. And actually, I've done this with the Inspector General a couple of times. I've said to him, listen, you may have 100,000 police officers. You may even have how many police stations? I keep forgetting the figure of police stations. However many police stations. But this all pales when you think about the individual unit of the citizen. So if you're not creating a culture in which citizens are empowered, they're engaged, and they're ethical, then actually you can't win, right? And that's our responsibility as an NGO sector as well.
Right.
Let me rest it there.
And a great way to rest it, definitely. I mean, there's a lot to come in from these conversations, and we want to thank both of you for being here with us this morning. Irung'u Houghton is the Executive Director of Amnesty International Kenya, joined this morning by Faith Kisinga Kitonga, who's an advisor enabling environment for non-profit organizations. Asante for steering this conversation with us this morning. Thank you very much. Good morning, 9 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Transport Cabinet Secretary Davis Chirchir has appointed an 8-member task force to investigate a series of air crashes involving Kenyan registered aircraft in neighboring Somalia and South Sudan. Churchill says the team will review all air crash reports from the past 5 years and compile a comprehensive report with recommendations to address aviation safety concerns. The task force has been given 2 months to submit its findings. Retired Kenya Airways pilot Captain Peter Maranga will chair the team alongside Director Air Accidents Investigations Unit in the Ministry, Frederick Kabunge. Frederick Agri Oport will serve as Vice Chair. Other members include Captain Duarte Herman, Retired Lieutenant Colonel Mike Mulwa, Efantis Kamau, Captain Valentine Wendo, and James Mwangi. The move follows a March 23rd, 2025 crash of a Kenyan registered cargo plane about 24 kilometers southwest of Mogadishu, in which 5 people died. Suba North MP Mele Odhiambo has cautioned ODM leaders against repeatedly attacking Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna, warning that such actions could instead boost his political standing. Speaking in Bita, Mili said attempts by some party leaders to undermine Sifuna have only elevated his profile, describing him as a strong and resilient figure.
And I want to say here, without fear, that I had warned even against us chasing Sifuna from the party. And the reason is because I knew by the nature of his politics, he was bound at some point to leave. But when we mistreat somebody, then we make him a hero. We have created a hero out of Sifuna. I'm not saying he's not a hero, but he wasn't what he is now. Our mistreating Sifuna is what has made Sifuna a hero. So let us be careful the way we are dealing with our issues. When Mili raised these things, some goons were sent to beat me in Kilifi. When I raised these issues, I was shouted down in Kisumu.
She has also urged the ODM party to strengthen its democratic foundations to attract more supporters rather than pursuing zoning arrangements with UDA. Millie warned that such a strategy could make the party appear weak within its strongholds. National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula has criticized the opposition for what he describes as tribal and divisive politics, urging Kenyans to reject leaders who promote hate. Speaking in Hamisi constituency, Vihiga County, Wetangula warned that tribalism could hinder the country's future progress. He called on residents to support President William Ruto.
Tusiwapatie nafasi watu ambao wanaeneza siasa ya chuki, siasa ya ukabila na siasa ya mapendeleo. Kwa sababu nyinyi mnakumbuka wakati wa mzee Moi, juzi tumekuwa kule Murang'a kwa mazishi ya bunge wetu. Tulikuwa na rais, tulikuwa na hao wabunge. Viongozi wengine wakasimama hapo Nyandarua ni kama Kenya ndogo. Mtu anasimama, wandu wa nyumba, sijui nini. Kama kila mmoja wetu anataka kuzungumza mambo ya anduanyu, tutaharibu nchi yetu. Nyinyi hapa Western mnajua, tangu tumchague Rais William Ruto, ametembea hapa Western mara mingi kuliko miaka 10 ya Uhuru Kenyatta kwa mambo ya maendeleo.
That's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Baba should disown these experts and say they went there on the, because he keep on telling us that these experts just you came from Dubai and you found them there already at State House looking for jobs.
Government has to live, has to introduce austerity measures. It's something that this government and the previous ones have not been able to do in this country. We've talked about it so many times.
And really, I think you have seen the modus operandi of William Samoei Ruto since he came in. It's just showbiz.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 9 minutes after 9 o'clock, and a very good morning to you as we get into the final hour of our conversation on this morning, the 27th of April, and as you're tuning into it, excuse me, there have been some sniffles and sneezes, and I guess I'm one of them this morning. And so, are you feeling unwell is the question, and I think that was played very nicely.
You can answer that question even before you go any further.
So perhaps I should be speaking to myself. Exactly. And if I happen to be around Gong Road or its environs and I need to see a doctor, don't use that guy to search your symptoms if you're feeling unwell. The Aga Khan University Hospital has brought specialized world-class care to your neighborhood, so you don't have to go too far. Conveniently located clinics offer specialist clinics, diagnostics and pharmacy services, ensuring you and your family receive the best. See your cardiologist, you know what they do. See your pediatrician, see your gynecologist, see your family physician, a surgeon, a diabetologist, see a gastroenterologist, see a neurologist, see a pulmonologist, among other consultants near your home. You can find them for families on Gong Road and its environs. We got you with medical centers at the following locations: Prestige Plaza, Valley Arcade Shopping Center, Bina Complex in Karen, Timor, and Gong Town. So visit any Aga Khan University Hospital medical center in your area, in your hood today, or call 0730 088 888. That's 0730 011 888. Aga Khan University Hospital, world-class care here and now. So that's what we're saying this week, guys. You can focus on the ones on Ngong Road and its environs. Sawa. All right. As we continue our conversation this hour, it's Dear Mr. President, and of course hearing from you guys today, because there's certain questions. There's an expenditure question. It was interesting because as we go towards the two Irung'us who joined us today, that expenditure question came up at some point or the other, and that Kenya doesn't have a revenue problem. Kenya doesn't have to do much more. Kenya has an expenditure problem. There's a problem here, and perception is reality. to a lot of people that if you can see the shillings that are flying around, literally flying around, and that doesn't translate into the pocket of Kenyans have a problem with it. And they're saying, you know what? The numbers that we're looking at, 4 billion shillings from presidency spending to 17 billion this year. And then what are you asking in terms of what it can show for? So we're talking, dear Mr. President, today about public expenditure. Kenyans are saying it's a little bit too much. Is it just the three of us in the room who are saying it's a little bit too much, or is it coming from you as well? And so when we talk about that expenditure, what are we actually saying? When you're saying you're spending too much, what are we actually saying? You'll talk to us this morning. Our lines to call are 0732 142 653 or 0732 142 650. But let's start with you. When we talk about an expenditure problem and that it's too much being spent, people are up in the air. We hear that rallies are held and millions are left behind to kind of placate the crowds. Is it an expenditure problem that you see? Could you literally say that money that you spent, take it and put it into schools, take it and put it into healthcare? We don't need to see it flying around.
Of course you would, and I'm trying to put that conversation in context where you say, let's look at our debt. Because we've already said that out of this 4 trillion plus budget, possibly half of that is going to repay debt.
Yes.
And then another large chunk of that is going to pay salaries. And so our development space is almost non-existent. So even this money for dishing out is possibly borrowed money. So really, the question is, are we borrowing to steal? And the IMF, the IMF is not a saint. The IMF has its own interests, and countries that go into the IMF program without a clear agenda suffer. And Kenya is one of those. And I think what Nyakera really crystallized is that we lost our vision, which was a very simple vision, 2030. Let's do a few significant projects that will stimulate growth. Instead, since 2012, because in 2012 our debt ceiling then was 600 billion. In 2013, 2015, it was increased to 1.2 trillion. And then again, in that period to 2.5 trillion, 2019, 9 trillion, 2022, 10 trillion. Hey, these trillions are beginning to sound like,
all approved by Parliament.
All approved by Parliament. And the question then becomes, in the Kibaki era, there were mistakes done around corruption, but Kenyans were feeling the economy. Kenyans were feeling the growth. Small businesses were thriving. Since 2013, the expansionary policies of the Uhuru Ruto regime, the Uhuru regime after 2017 to the Ruto regime now, Kenyans are feeling the pinch. Revenues are falling. Cost of living is going up. Kenya business contribution is going down, so we are deindustrializing. So what is this mismatch? The mismatch is where the money is going. The fact that money is being borrowed expensively and then is being put in non-productive projects. But the thing is, we know that. The question is, what are we going to do about it? Isn't it?
It is.
Is it that we don't know? Or is it that we need to, how do we drive that agenda? So one of the things I think that civil society did is they lit a fire in their engagements. I've had this in the, with Bajeti Hub, the Okoh Uchumi Coalition, pressed the IMF to prioritize corruption. To say, you can't keep lending when this money you're lending to steal. So the IMF now have put their foot down and said, unless these corruption issues are addressed, we are not lending. So that's one way you begin to squeeze the taps. But what are the other avenues that we need to invoke so that we can put pressure on an irresponsible government?
Well, I mean, when you look at things like actually fighting corruption from within, that you can talk about policies that need to be insisted on by, financial institutions like the World Bank and the IMF. I mean, I have my own conversation about why we're even still pandering to the whims of these international organizations, but that's a whole conversation for another day. But in this place where you're already caught in the thicket of borrowing over and over again, but the thing is that the trend does not change.
True.
It is very clear that money that had been borrowed, that may have been misused, did not start in 2026.
Yes.
That it has been a trend over time. So you want to ask yourself the question, you see what has been done with it before, or in this case, not been done with it. And something as simple as having a public debt register actually public, to see where the money went, is a practice that people have chosen not to dabble in. So when you say that we ask you this time around to be prudent about your public finance management and tell us exactly what's going on, that's great outside. But one of the things that you can be sure as day, perception is reality. If people in Kenya can actually see that corruption is punished, it is a precedent-setting activity, that it is actually punished, and not these fly-by-night activities that we see where somebody has been arrested and then after that, they're let go and then the case is never heard of again. That if you actually see activity around punishing corruption, what that does is that it lets people, the people for who this perception is real, that, okay, we're actually doing something about it. And this is a society within which corruption is not just frowned upon, but is refused completely. But like I said, we're flirting with the idea of prosecuting and or punishing corruption, and you're never taking the girl home, essentially. You're not. You just want to say, oh yes, we're fighting corruption. But you're not. That at the very basic level, people know that I can divert how many million and I will get away with it.
Yeah. Because that's how it's been fashioned. That's how it's been played for a very long time. We keep on saying that we have all these agencies, we have all these officers that are there to fight corruption, but we're not even giving them the room to implement what it is they're supposed to do. So corruption for us, you look at even individuals who've been involved in corruption, what do? They're the same individuals who are cleared to run for office. So for us, corruption is a ticket item. It is a political tool to use during campaign period, but we never really sit down to ensure that we fight corruption. We will say nikiingia, nitahakikisha ufisadi imeisha, but that's where the conversation ends, because moving forward, the very same individuals who said they will fight corruption are the ones who find themselves participating in corruption.
Like, let me ask you something. Ask. Nyota Fund, this is World Bank money.
Yes.
Right?
It's a loan.
It's a loan. The idea, and hear me out, the idea of that, putting money in the hands of people who can actually start a business that would then, you hope it would be sustainable, is a good idea.
Yes.
But it has been used as a political tool.
It has.
Unfortunately, without remembering that this is money that you actually have to pay back. So you want to be sure that the people that you're giving this money to, you can manage those processes to ensure that you're setting up. It's not just giving them money.
Yeah.
We're looking at things that people like yourself, Wajir, have been fighting for the longest time. What are you doing to ensure that the environment is conducive for people to set up business in the first place? True. How many licenses does a smoky seller, for example, require to then be able to run within the city? How much are they spending from that 22,000 shillings that you're going to give them to ensure that they have the proper licenses, that if they're renting out a place that they've been able to set it up and set it up properly, the things that you're putting in as safeguards, what roadblocks are standing in the way from them having that done? It's cyclical in nature. So if you're not doing all of those things, that's why it makes it easy for you to use it as a political tool.
But we look at Nyota, but forget that even when the government was getting in, we had the Hustler Fund, Hustler Fund and Nyota Fund is pretty much the same thing, just different names. But let's look at individuals who took Hustler Fund and what they ought to have done with that, become entrepreneurs, use that money to grow their businesses, pay back and keep on getting it as a loan. But what happened to it? Over 50 billion shillings
the money that you saved,
spent. Where did it go?
Can I take a slightly different approach to this? Because Nyota Fund is one of many funds. There's many youth funds. Since I think the earliest fund was, is it Kazi kwa Vijana?
During COVID.
No.
Even before COVID?
There's one under the Kibaki, I think, was it in 2008 or was it towards the 2013 election, the earliest? And the World Bank was involved. And even then, we argued that this is assistentialist. It is an economy that's not creating jobs. Then you create a fund to support young people. Now, it's good to support young people, but like you said, you want to support young people for enterprise. So the question becomes, why is the economy not creating and supporting youth employment and youth enterprise? Those are the issues to address, and these are structural issues. There's been diagnostics done. The World Bank did a report, I think, in 2005, when around 2005, it might have even been just after the Constitution passed, and it was looking at what are the structural barriers to the implementation of the Constitution. And it looked at things like land use, barriers. It looked at productivity. It just looked at a whole slew of structural issues. Now, these issues were then not addressed because the Uhuru government went into Big Four agenda, and then the present regime has gone into better, instead of focusing on dealing with the structural bottlenecks. They do populist projects. So the problem we're having is populist development, and it's what Nyakera was telling us. It doesn't work. It's expensive. It can't create jobs. So then government has to do kind of social protection, throw money at the problem. So the question we are asking is, how do we stop populist politics, which Kenyans have bought into?
True.
Even these campaigns we are seeing are not supposed to be taking place. They are not. And we will talk about it because we think maybe if these take place, we can unseat a government that violates the law all the time. But, the point is we should be we should be talking about illicit financial flows, 193 billion lost every year. Tax incentives, 103 billion lost every year. So the economy is losing 296 billion annually. That's the conversation we should be having, not doing this.
But on the back
how
of
do we get out of
individuals,
populism?
On the back of individuals' direct engagement, because at the end of the day, populism as an idea is carried out by people.
True.
It's not something in the corner there where somebody says, well, let me touch a little bit. No, there's somebody with a populist agenda, and they're trying to keep their name or their idea on the hearts and minds of people. Because if I come and give you 22,000 shillings today, are you thinking World Bank? No. You're thinking about the person who was behind the giving me the money. You're thinking about the person who comes and says, well, they build one-bedroom houses in a place where they weren't there before. So, exactly. But the populist agenda is carried out by people. And so it's on the minds of people who say, well, if you're going to keep us in this idea or this bubble of a miracle coming in the future, or things that you can drop, morsels that you can give me to keep me engaged, and it's actually retrogressive in nature, then that is why we must remove you. And that's the idea that comes into people's minds. We must remove you because you're keeping us encapsulated by this thing which is not reality. That at the end of the day, you give me 22,000 shillings, that's great, but you're going to have to pay it back. Where is it going to come from? Every Kenyan today owes 204,000 shillings.
Yes, but the point of this populist politics is this, that, and part of the argument I wish to make is that from 2013 to 2022, we have voted in the same government. It's just a matter of degrees. Why the same government? Because their policies are the same. They are still populist. It's just that one is rabidly, obviously more corrupt than the other. But the dysfunction in terms of the policies that they are implementing is the same. Because you heard what Nyakera said. It was the Big Four agenda that came and interrupted the Vision 2030. Vision 2030 wasn't a whole host of many projects. It was, let us systematically grow. We talk about going to Singapore.
No, I'm
gonna bring it because Singapore grew because of the port.
Yeah.
So actually, what Nyakera was saying is that they had a vision. If you open up the port to the inland, and if you then do the Lapset corridor, you open up again the coastline to the northern partners.
Frontier,
You're then now opening up the development corridor so that you concentrate your money there and you grow. What did Big Four do? It came and disrupted all of that and began competing. So suddenly you have Vision 2030, you have Big Four projects. Now we have, on top of Big Four, we've got better. So we cannot do development that is populist, that ideas are just depending on, if William Ruto goes out in 2027, are we going to get another agenda?
So what stands in the way?
This is what is eating us.
That's my question.
Populism.
So what stands in the way? Because the populist agenda is carried out by individuals, by cartels, by groups of people. The eating occurs because something is engaged, someone. And so that's why it's in my head here that in order to that development,
we need to diagnose this problem.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Are Kenyans directly involved in it? It doesn't matter who you vote in, and that's where the politics comes into play here. That it matters who you put in the position of leadership. It matters the person who's going to keep you engaged with these little morsels where you could be having the entire meal.
But the problem we have is the only seat we seem to concentrate on is
the presidency.
And I'm saying it starts from the very bottom, whereby the MCA, who comes and tells you that, oh, by the way, we're going to make sure we put... No, it is you at that point right there. How many of us know? How many of us know of the 85 wards? And I keep saying of the 85 wards in Nairobi, for example. Do you know what the member of the county assembly is supposed to be doing?
Do you know your ward or your AMCA to start with? Because this is the person that you're supposed to be meeting on a daily basis. Yet we do not know the kind of people you vote in. Most of us go and say tunapiga suti, simply because we have followed this ideology that is being pushed by the president or the presidential candidate, and we say because we've bought what the presidential candidate is pushing, automatically that trickles down without us interrogating these other officers that are critical in ensuring that we get the kind of leadership that we deserve. You know, we talk about all these funds, right? Like Hustler Fund was around 50-something billion, right?
Yeah.
50-something billion, if had been spent in the country today, we would have enough schools. We would have all these projects, manufacturing that is ongoing. Today, kids would be going to school easily. We would be having more youth into these spaces. But then again, look at that, then look at Nyota Fund and many other funds that have come in, CDF and all these. If all this money was put in a basket and say, based off our vision, if it's 2030, this is what we want to do. If it's manufacturing, we'll put this money into manufacturing. We'll put this into industrial parks. We'll put this into empowerment of the youth. Not the empowerment that we know, but empowering the youth in the actual word and mean this. Where would be as a country? We're talking about 17 billion shillings for the president to just fly from Nairobi to Kisumu, from Kisumu to Luanda, 17 billion shillings for the president. What can 17 billion shillings do to Aseto, to ensure that we get these services? We don't ask these tough questions as wananchi when we vote.
Absolutely.
Because when we go to the next election, we will not ask the president, we gave you 17 billion shillings. What is the return on investment? Because it is our money.
Those are big questions. And we actually want to hear from people this morning. Now, with all of those conversations happening, the spending that's taking place is not going towards these things. The spending that's taking place is going towards other aspects. So we'll come back and take your calls this morning. Or are we saying, okay, it's okay, the government is spending the way in which they're spending and that's all right? Or are we saying, no, this has got to stop? And what's the way to stop it if it must? It's 9:30. We'll continue with your calls when we come back from this break. Don't go away.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right. right, so the clock says we're coming out of traffic hour, but what does it look like on the roads? The CBD is where you have the busiest of activity this morning, coming in from all sides of Mombasa Road and Bunyala Road, Haile Selassie, and then also coming in from Westlands, that Chiromo area, also a little bit busy, but the most of it more or less is done with. We're keeping an eye on all of this through the day. Help us out, talk to us, SpiceFM KE on X.
Out and the fun is in. Feast your eyes and your kids' hearts on a feast like no other with StarTimes. Recharge your monthly subscription today and get upgraded to the next high bouquet for 1 full month. Turn your home into a world of adventure with Bluey on CBeebies, playful giggles on Baby TV and Jim Jam, learning that feels like play on Mindset Learn, non-stop action with the Batman on Toonami and the Powerpuff Girls on Boing, endless fun with SpongeBob on ST Kids, and thrilling wins with Super Strikers on ST Tunes. Unlock your upgrade today. Simply renew your subscription on your current bouquet and we'll automatically move you to the next high bouquet for 30 days. Dial *858# or call us on 0719 077 077 for customer care. Download the StarTimes on app to take the fun wherever you go. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
We continue with our conversations this morning at now 28 minutes to 10 o'clock. And we're taking your calls this morning. Let's hear from you in terms of what your thoughts are. Is government spending a little bit too much? Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning.
Hello?
Hello, good morning. Please tell us your name and where you're calling in from.
Oh, my name is Jimmy Kimani. I'm calling from Malindi.
Yes, Jimmy, what are your thoughts? Spending by government too much, or is it just right? Hello, Jimmy.
It's just right.
Okay.
Let me tell you. Hello, you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I'm saying spending by government is just right.
Yes.
Spending by government is just right. The reason why Kenyans pretend to know too much while they know very less. And this makes the government spend a lot. Because if only people would understand what the president and what this government is doing, we will spend very little. But because most of the people don't even understand that I don't have to spend a lot for you to understand and for you to know what is going on. Look at IMF. The government said it's very clear, if people listen to what President Ruto told Macron, that IMF, we don't have a say. And we need to have and look for another body where we can get a say. They are taking one, we are taking one from them. And they are taking 5 from us.
I think we're not getting you very clearly, Jimmy. Maybe if you could move a little bit, then we can get you clearer.
Okay, so can you hear me?
This is a little bit better.
Okay, I'm saying this, if people would listen, did you hear about when I said about Macron and President?
Yes, we got that. Yes, we got that. Carry on.
Very good. Very good. They are getting from us one. We are getting from them one. And they're saying they're donors. So they're just one. And we are giving them 5. So are they donors? Are they entrepreneurs?
So, Jimmy, I think maybe what you need to do is that you need to maybe just take this call off and then try to call us back, because you keep disappearing, so we can't get your points. Maybe we can get you back in a minute. Try and call us back. Okay, so let's take a couple more of your calls. 0732 142653, 0732 142650. From your point of view, is government expenditure through the roof, or is it just right? I mean, if I can catch from the very beginning of what Jimmy was saying, I was like, you know what, we're doing the best that we can with what we have.
No. I don't know. We didn't get to hear all of what Jimmy was saying, but the facts are on the table that our budget is growing by about $1 trillion. Is it 500 billion or $1 trillion a year? Yet we are not able to finance health. We are not able to finance education. We are not financing agriculture. Agriculture now is being financed mainly by borrowing by farmers. So how can we, and then the revenue targets of KRA can't be met. We have a budget deficit. Our exports are in decline. So, apart from feeling it, the real indicator, and then unemployment's at an all-time high, and young people aren't able to get jobs. Obviously, this economic system is broken. But what Jimmy is trying to say is that President Ruto, Macron, but this problem started in 2013. So the model picked by Uhuru Ruto is not working for this country. And that's a model that's expansionist, debt-financed, and prioritizes infrastructure over social spending. True. And massive corruption. It was called state capture. It's been called very many things.
Yeah.
So apparently 11.5% of all revenue corruption is lost to collection is lost to corruption.
So if you have all this great expenditure, but you can't actually see what it's doing, then we have a problem. All right, let's take a couple more of your calls this morning. Okay, and that was just got off. I remind you that number 0732142653, 0732142650. If you say that the budget is growing by, because we see the example of it, 4.2 to 4.7 is what we're looking at this year, as increased by about 500 billion shillings. We saw that from the year before, you had gone from 3.7 to 4.2. So that's what you're looking at. Another 500 billion. So if it's increasing by that much, and the very fundamentals, which are securitizing agents of the livelihood of Kenyans, cannot be met. Because what are the things that we are crying about every day? Is this same education? Is this our farmers who are shouting? It is healthcare, where the teachers, civil servants are saying, well, not us. We're not going back if you can't, if you can't secure us from even the contributions that we ourselves are making. The people who are crying every day are the fundamentals that you speak about. So you ask yourself, if it's rising, then where is it going? If you're spending more, of which that spend is still borrowed money. Mind you, that to meet the budget shortfall, there's a lot of borrowing that happens. If that is increasing, where is it going?
It's going to debt servicing.
A very long time we've been told, I remember when the president was addressing the nation and they gave economic indicators showing that on the macro level, the economy is doing well. But on the micro is where rubber meets the road, because that is where I'm at. Am I able to buy that unga at 150 today that, remember, has been reduced? Am I able to buy two as opposed to before? I'm unable to buy a single one. So there is no way you tell me that the economy is working for me while it's working for the macro level. No, that is skewed mathematics that doesn't make sense.
And who should it work for? All right, let's
but it's also not working for the macro, because our exports our exports are falling.
All right, let's take some calls this morning. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning.
Is this SpiceFM?
Yes, it is. What's your name and where are you calling in from?
Shiro from Nairobi.
Yes, Shiro. What are your thoughts? Government expenditure. Are you okay with it?
No, I think we have spent a little bit way too much, and I agree with what Njeri is saying in the essence of it's our policies. Our systems are not really mapped out for the people. They are really not mapped out to support growth. It's almost as if we keep going round the circle. I mean, entrepreneurship is good, but not everybody is built to be an entrepreneur. So you need to create opportunities for the masses. Why do we only have jobs and major organizations in the big city, but we are not expanding to other regions of Kenya where things just seem not to be moving? Why is it that you have to come all the way from far away to Nairobi to get a big job? If you look like places like in the US and all, not everything is based out of Washington, D.C. Not everything is based out of New York or California. We have big organizations headquartered in North Carolina, Philadelphia, and all these other places, making it possible for a spread across the board.
I hear what you're saying.
So we seem to be focused on, we are focused on, let's give the youth 20,000 or the Hustler Fund of 500, but to hoodwink them as we are stealing the rest of the money.
Ouch. Shiro, thank you for your call. Of course, I mean, want to then be able to hear this morning, hoodwinking has
It's a
come
form of a bribe.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we can't create jobs, but here, take this money, hush money, you know, don't ask any questions.
Yeah.
It's not sustainable. It's borrowed money. Yeah. And that's what you were saying, the Hustler Fund and now Nyota Fund. Same diagnosis, actually. odious debt. We need provisions on odious debt.
So that's the question. Shiro, thanks for your call this morning. Asante, let's hear from some others this morning as they do come in. This expenditure issue, is it in the minds of people? I often think that there's no connect for a lot of people. That when, State House, the presidency, because we understand there are different departments within that, come and they say, okay, well, we had 4 billion, we need 17. And that anybody who's on the outside, who we have to understand that the majority of the people are taking part in what we call the small economy. With that point where he said not everybody's buying a 2 kg packet of sugar. There's no connect between, so when State House will spend 17 billion shillings.
What am I losing?
Or how does it affect me?
Let's just look at it. Because if we talk about 17 billion shillings, would have 5 to 8 modern level 5 hospitals. We would upgrade sub-county hospitals with the ICU units. We are able to tarmac 150 to 300 kilometers of tarmac road, depending on the standards. We are able to build 200 to 300 new schools or modernize existing ones with classrooms, labs, and ICT centers. When we talk about water, we are able to provide clean water to millions of people through boreholes, dams, and pipeline. You talk about energy, we can connect hundreds of thousands of homes to electricity and invest in renewable energy projects like solar. You can go on and on. We talk about farmers, support millions of farmers with subsidies, fertilizer seeds, build storage facilities to reduce post-harvest losses, and fund irrigation schemes that transform dry areas into productive land. You can go on and on. 17 billion shillings. We've not talked about 50 billion Hustler Fund. We've not talked about Nyota Fund. Now think about bringing all these billions to question up to around 500 B. What could that do to Kenya?
It's necessary for us to ask those questions because there has to be a connect with reality at some point. And this is not even being political, it's just being basic. That if you say a country has the ability to use its own resources and then actually be able to create more with the ones that you already have. And if that is not happening repeatedly, you cannot be in a state where you, number one, don't interrogate or are not involved in the process to overturn such activity. And that's what we're talking about today. And I won't lie, I love the crowds that I'm seeing in whereby you want to imagine that those crowds are actually yearning for a change about some of the things that we speak of today. But you know what? It is absolutely useless if that inertia doesn't translate to you going to an office, registering to vote, and then on the second Tuesday of August 2027 actually coming out and voting. If you do not, guess what? You've wasted Vihiga, you've wasted Bungoma, you've wasted Kisumu, you've wasted Nakuru, you've wasted Mombasa, and you will waste the other venues where you will go.
And you've wasted productivity.
You've missed a vital step. You need to get your voter's card. But at the end of the day, possibly 90% of those who will be on the ballot box will be nominated by the political party. And what happened in 2022 is that some 8 million voters who were eligible did not take part. And the reason they didn't, I imagine, I guess ID issues and all, they were not interested in the offering. And this is because the political parties are not able to give us leaders we believe in. So beyond that voter's card is the political party.
But political parties are not political parties in Kenya.
If you get poor nominees, if the biggest gangster, highway robber, fighting rape, murder charges.
Corruption cartel number one.
Is your nominated choice. And they are competing with similar. You know how there's a particular ballot that I scratched. I put X0 because I was like, neither of these will deliver for me. So it is not just the voter's card. That's the first step. If we don't tackle political parties, and how do you tackle political parties? I think we have to register.
I think that we need to be aware. We need to be aware. No. We need to be aware of the fact that political parties in this country are not being used for the original idea for which political parties were meant. Mm-hmm. Political parties are just political vehicles so that you can nominate Dennis today. Mm-hmm. And if I went to your party and you didn't give me a nomination, guess what? I will go to the registrar tomorrow and I will have Ndu's Peacock Party. And by the end of the day, I could have 1,000 agents in my party.
Other peacocks.
It has nothing. Thank you. It has nothing to do with ideological drive.
True.
And if it did, and followed the drive of ideology, then these people that you speak about, which would be on the menu for which you would look and say, you know what, I would actually vote for this person, or this person feels the need. You know why? The people who are sure of the position are not joining those political parties. They are not. Mm-hmm. Why do we have the independent? Because two things happen. Number one, you seek nomination, you don't get it. Mm-hmm. Number two, the ideology that you would fight for or live for through your leadership is not offered by that political party.
Yeah, but that's the same argument.
So it's like saying, it's like saying, go to a political party. But that political party is not vested in ideology.
In 1990s, prior to the constitution reform process, we didn't have public participation, and we didn't have public participation and budget monitoring. We didn't have social audit. We didn't have citizens calling to talk about accountability. So it doesn't mean just because it's not happening, it can't happen. The point I'm making is that our constitution process has brought us thus far. Mm-hmm. We have entered into government as citizens. We are holding these guys into account. Mm-hmm. But the weakest link is that assembly. Mm-hmm. The policies, by the way, are being enacted. That's why we have Vision 2030. Mm-hmm. Because government fears enough to pass a balanced budget. By the way, those budgets are approved by the Controller of Budget because they comply. But then, once they comply and they are out of the public participation space and they go to the legislature, that's where they bribe. That is where brown envelopes are taken.
These individuals who you're talking about, who guess what? They belong to these political parties.
And you see,
that's the point.
And
so I'm saying our next line of fighting corruption is where politics starts.
And I think it's therefore upon us to look at the kind of political parties we have and the kind of offerings they bring forth, right? Individuals who are in these political parties. Because as Wananchi as well, like you said, you looked at a ballot paper and you put an X because there was no one right there who you would identify with because no one fit the bill.
Exactly.
Therefore, we then go back to agencies that we have put in place to ensure that in one way or the other, individuals who show up, who end up at the ballot are clean individuals. Here we talk about NCIC, EACC, ODPP.
Dennis, don't talk about NCIC. They're out of them. Those ones exited.
All right.
Talk about the rest.
Let's talk about
NCIC,
the rest.
Let them rest.
But you see, the reason why we even putting them to rest is because they have let us down. They know what they're supposed to do. They choose not to do it.
Yes.
So therefore, as Wananchi, we look at the office of the Register of Political Parties and the regulations that are there even in law. Why is it that Register of Political Parties today, IEBC, are silent when we see all these politicians, including the president, breaking the law simply because they have done that before? Nothing has been done with them. In retrospect, as Wananchi as well, we need to tell these individuals, we voted you in.
Dennis, let's be honest here. IBC, EHCC produced a list of ineligibles.
Yes.
IBC produced regulations to bar those individuals, and they took it to Parliament. This issue, I think, even ended up in court, and the ruling was you can't be barred until you have exhausted all your legal.
All the legal, yes.
Provisions.
That is Article 90 of the Constitution,
legal provisions means, and we've been in court on the CDF, we have not exhausted even after 10 years, because we have gone all the way to the Supreme Court and now we are back to the High Court. So we are caught in a cat and mouse game of how do you bar these aspirants who are not eligible. The legal provisions, Parliament has no incentive to do it. That's why they thwarted. They will not. Yes. They're the ones who diluted the Elections Act. They're the ones who diluted all the
Ethics Act, Chapter 6.
The Ethics Act as well, and the enforcement. So we need to recognize lessons from Singapore. Before I was interrupted by Ndu, I was taking us to Singapore.
No, we don't.
And what I wanted to say is lessons from Singapore, because they are documented. You can't fight corruption if the top leadership is corrupt. You can't fight corruption if the police, the investigating bodies, are corrupt. You can't fight corruption if the anti-corruption agencies are confused and overlapping.
Don't have power to bite.
So we do not have the conditions for fighting corruption. That means we need to find spaces to fight. Even during Moi's time, we didn't have the space to fight corruption. We didn't even have the space to overthrow an authoritarian government, but we found those gaps. So for me, I'm saying, what are these spaces that we can use to continue our constitutional agenda? Because despite Moi, we were able to enact a constitution.
Okay, maybe you can think about what those spaces are, please, because I would like us to leave with what are those spaces, even one of those spaces. But before that, let's take a call from somebody. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning.
Morning, how are you?
Very well, thank you. Please tell us your name and where you're calling from.
My name is Ondari.
Yes, Ondari.
I'm calling from Nyakera.
Okay, what are your thoughts?
My take is that this government is too expensive for us. The president is making travels here and there, promising wananchi things which does not exist. Two, the president is hosting wananchi in State House for many days, or maybe every week, spending too much money. The money which is supposed to be spent, especially in education, people are lamenting, heritage, people are lamenting, but he is cooking food in State House for people to eat. Three, the government, the president alone has captured parliament. Look, people like the Speaker of the National Assembly, what is doing. I think if this government is taken to task, it is supposed to go home. Ruto alone is taking people to the outside. We are not happy with the things Ruto is doing, because especially when he came to Nyakera, he promised people so many tokens, giving billions of money, which does not exist. He launched some projects which he has launched for more than 3 times, but has never taken off. What does that mean? He uses money which he borrows to eat at the State House, travel around the country, campaigning from January to January. This government must go home. Thank you.
Ondari, thank you very much for your call this morning. It's interesting to hear some of the things that you've said, but worth it. I mean, I just listened to what he had to say there. I mean, and backed it up. This is what we see. Reality, rather, perception is reality. This is what we see, unless you can tell me something different.
No,
we've launched a project 3 times. You know, but I think this at that time where wananchi need to ask, okay, fine, you've promised 20 billion shillings. How are you going to implement it?
No, wrong question. The moment you're promising wananchi, you're in populist development mode. And that is our problem. Because what we are saying here is, had we stuck to Vision 2030, there'd be no projects to launch, because there'd be a handful being implemented and taking the duration that they're supposed. They finish, they start others. But now, because of this push for projects, there's a need to keep launching and keep initiating. So our development is not based on ability to deliver or intention to implement, it's based on eating incentives and capturing the popular favor so that they can elect you again so you can steal more. So the question we have to ask is, how do we disrupt this citizen demand for projects?
Is it a citizen demand for projects?
And, oh yes, there is. And the eating cartels. That's the question. And my proposal is that the IMF report, much as IMF is not our best friend, IMF is like that. It's like that uncle who interferes in business, but in the family business, but maybe he's better than the other uncle.
Yeah.
So you use this better uncle to fight the worst uncle. You have to be very careful. There's an opportunity. Mozambique used that particular type of report to sue the government. And they were able to actually reclaim a lot of money and stop a huge procurement. So what in that IMF report is actionable, that can bring people to account, and we can bring the force of law upon them. Then we still need to figure out this political party question, because that is where all the evil is being brewed. All of it. Yes.
And this is what I'm saying. That there's been and I think because we insist on people using these political parties, which we've already know very well that is in a lot of ways is a skewed attempt towards governance. That what it was originally designed to do, if that is the model you choose, then go with the prerequisite or the standard that has been set by the political party as an idea in the very beginning. Otherwise, don't tell us that you're using a political party system based on ideology and then the implementation of said ideology if you find your way into government. Don't tell us you're using that if you're just going to use it for, okay, I need people on my side, because that's what we're seeing it's being used as today. Choose something else. And perhaps it's also time for us to now start to redefine systems of governance. How are you going to do it? Are you going to say there needs to be a dictator? Tell us, and then we know that's what we are doing.
This is the direction you're taking.
But we have a mix of so many. We have a mix of so many things, and then we go out there and claim that we are democratic, but we are not. We go and we say we're using political parties, but we're not. We have created vehicles where people can then be populist.
Who's we?
Every time you go to vote, that's what you've done. Every time you go to vote, you've entrenched the system that allows these things to continue to happen.
I've done my part. What we're saying is that the political class has failed Kenyans. Kenyans are mostly, not entirely, doing their part. I mean, they don't do their part when they fall into the populism of political actors. But what we are saying is from an authoritarian dictatorship, we have now moved to a competitive democracy with a progressive constitution. What do we do now to consolidate these gains? So we are moving. We are at 30-40%. How do we get to 60% in practical terms? Because we are not, Kenya's doing pretty well. Our constitution is very good. We are here, we can talk and lambast government. There are places you can't do this.
Okay, let's take your last thought then.
But I think even as we're doing well, right, Mwananchi as well has a stake in that. Because we can't as well just sit here and every other time. We are the goons being hired, then complain about goons. We are the ones appearing in these political rallies.
Please don't call Kenyans goons.
You know,
the goons are the ones who pay them.
But then again, it is us Wananchi who allow ourselves to be paid. You know, so if we as Wananchi as well said no to this nonsense, if we as Wananchi said we need these political parties to change, they will hear us. Because like Nyakera said, Irung'u said, 55 million Kenyans are stronger than 9,000 individuals sitting somewhere in an office.
Indeed.
Powerful. Thought of the day.
Absolutely.
The week.
Wants to think about. We can't let this conversation go. It's too important not to. Don't be a stranger is what they've said. Thank you for coming. And, we've reminded you what it's like to wake up at 4 in the morning. Thank you for hosting with us this morning. And thank you for starting off the week with this conversation. It had to come. With us in the Situation Room this morning, 10 a.m. Good morning.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. As schools reopen for the second term today, concerns have emerged over lack of school fees, with some students warning this could disrupt their learning. Simon Karisa, a student from Sosodemu village in Ganze constituency, Kilifi County, says he has yet to enroll in grade 10 due to unpaid fees. His father says, Sosodemu, who comes from a family of 6, says he accompanied his 78-year-old father to the school last term but was turned away over non-payment.
Ilimalizia shule ya Sosodemu Primary School, nikapata points 52. Nikaitwa shule ya Shimolatewa, lakini kwenda kuripoti wakasema paka fees na wazazi wangu hawana fees.